Welcome everyone, how's it going? It's Monday, 27th. It's a brand new week, brand new stream. How's everyone going? It's been horrible today. It's bank holiday today. Has anyone been working? The weather's been like on and off. I think we're going to have a week of... Let's have a look. Are we going to have a week of bad weather now? Weather. It's been thunder. It's been storms. Tomorrow's going to rain. Wednesday looks okay. Chance of rain. Thursday's going to rain. Friday, Saturday, Sunday look okay. Alright, we're back on track. We're back on track. I had a sanding and sealing job that I was supposed to do yesterday, Sunday, but I saw that it was going to absolutely tip it down. So Friday afternoon, instead of finishing at like 2:30, I was on track. I was having a really good day. Everything was going to plan. Thought I might have an early finish on a Friday. Why not? I thought I can squeeze in a sand and seal here on this big drive. Let me pull it up so I can show you what I'm talking about. Coder's off. Anthony, welcome. Just starting out, congratulations. What sort of position are you in at the moment? Have you got any equipment, or are you just doing your research, or have you... how's it going? What are you up to? Bit hot down southwest, so I welcome the cool rain. I mean, I suppose if you're just pressure washing, rain doesn't really make a difference. If anything, it helps. But if you're planning on like sanding and sealing, it's a different story altogether. Isn't it? Welcome Anthony, welcome Matt. Am I saying it right? Is it Anthony or Anthony? LC Exterior, evening. I'm very well, thanks mate. I've had a bit of a weird day, bit of a not very productive day at all. Evening Jakey boy, just have to say thank you for the £20 off the Mosier. Brilliant bit of kit, nice. Soft washing Cornwall. That's awesome. When did you purchase that? You just bought an Alpha A4 with a hose reel attached to the frame. Very nice. I've just bought something very similar myself. Just pulled Facebook up. I thought my local Web Heath forum, someone's been fly tipping, and that is an easy joint box. Absolute naughties. I hate this. Looks like a roofer maybe. Is that some roof felt? I hate littering. Let's have a look. I'll show you the one that I did on, finished off on Friday, which I'm so pleased I got it out of the way, because if I hadn't have spent the extra couple of hours and went and sand and sealed that job, I'd have still been like panicking about it now. I'd have been fretting, thinking, well, I ain't going to get it done now till like late this week. And that's too long really to leave a block paved drive unsanded. Marius, welcome mate, how you doing? Oh, it came on Friday, nice. So this is the one that I've just finished off. It's quite a big drive to be fair. I think it was about 100 square meters roughly. Came up really nice. The colours absolutely popped. And he said it hadn't been cleaned in about 21 years. He'd been in the house for 21 years. And it looked like it hadn't been cleaned before they moved in. So it came up good. And then I went back. Have I not got the pictures here? Where's the pictures? I think it's this one when I was doing the solar panel clean. Yeah, it was the end of this day. I went back to resand. This was like quite late in the afternoon. It was about 2:30. I was thinking I could pack up, or I could just smash this one out and get it done before the weekend. I'm so glad that I did. Got it all blown off. And then I tried again. I tried using my chapping sprayer again, but it weren't working. It was still blocked up. So I had to modify my... I didn't have to modify the little screw fix pump sprayer, but I thought if I can, it should make for a more consistent nozzle. Evening, Russ. How you doing, mate? So for those of you that were wondering what I'd done here, the Screwfix sprayer, the pump sprayer, the lance that comes with it, on the end, the nozzle is just like, it's just like two pinholes facing the opposite ways, and then a hole in the top. And as you open it out and unscrew it, it sort of changes the spread of the nozzle. It's not a fan, it's more of like a big cone. And the more you twist it in, the more focused the cone is. And it's just not really appropriate for spraying sealer. It's fine for weeds, which is what it's designed for. So I thought, if I can unscrew that, have I got anything in my toolbox that I can convert it and put like a proper nozzle on the end? And I found this little 3D printed, it's like it's from Pure Seal. When I did the Pure Seal course, they gave you a little baggie with like a biocide applicator nozzle for like a water fed pole or something for you to screw on the end. And I just took that apart and screwed that on the end. And this is just one of the jets from my pressure washer that I've screwed into it, and it all fit together perfectly. It went well. Yeah, it's good, Matt. I mean, if you can. I still had the same issue that I've always had with spraying sealer, which I'll go into in a minute because I want to pull up a video of Squeaky Clean Dave. He did one recently. And I've noticed the same issue. Which inlets do you recommend for the X-Jet? What trigger have you got? What are you using at the moment? If I can show you, if I got a picture of my X-Jet, can't really see here, but my trigger has got a Q fitting on the end, and so I can just snap the X-Jet in and out without having to turn the machine off. The video that goes into much more detail is this one with me stood on the top of the van, where I went to get some upgrades from PWS. Best news for a while, Kieran McKenna is staying at Ipswich. Mate, I have no idea what those words mean, but I'm glad you're happy about it. So, it wasn't this video. It was before this one. It was my last trip to PWS. This one. Here we go. Right on cue. So that's what I've got. I've got the Q fitting. It's like a quick release. See at the end of this lance here? See that? That's what I've got. And that just snaps into my trigger. Because I've got the ST2600 trigger. And it works perfectly well. Hope that answers your question. But it does depend on which trigger you've got, because if you've got a different trigger to me, you might go for like a 1/4 inch quick release or something. Yeah, it's called Upgrades and Technical Chat, and it was posted about 8 months ago. Your cleaner windows, welcome. Did you use any chemical to clean those solar panels? They came up lovely. Yes, I used a caustic TFR. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I look weird in this picture because it wasn't sunny out, but the sun was behind the clouds. As I pulled my phone up, my eyes started instantly watering and I couldn't look at the camera. So I took that picture 3 times, and I was trying desperately to keep my eyes open because I wanted the solar panels in the background. So I look a bit strange in that one. The lady said, while we're up there, can we replace this little chimney guard with a proper pot? You know, those pots that go up there, because she's getting rain into the top of her chimney. So these actually took a long time, and I knew they would, and I priced accordingly. I almost didn't land this job because I wouldn't say I was expensive, but I priced appropriately, and the customer was a bit shocked at the price. She said, I can't believe it's going to cost that much to get them clean. But she also said the last person did it from the ground. I couldn't imagine doing this. He did it from the bottom of the garden with a massive long water-fed pole with a brush on the end. It must have been like a 50-foot... It's got to be like a 50-foot pole with a brush on the end. And she said he didn't get any of the spots off, any of the litching, and they looked all right when they were clean, when they were wet, but as soon as they dried, they just looked naff. And so she said, I don't want to spend the kind of money that you're going to charge me if it's going to be like the same service. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to do it from the ground. I'm not going to do it from a ladder. I'm going to get up on the roof. I'm going to harness myself in so I can do a proper job on it. And I'll clean one panel, rinse it off. I'll take good close-up before and after pictures so you can see the quality of the clean. I'll do one, and if you're happy, we'll go ahead and clean the rest, and I'll charge you as I've quoted. And if you're not happy, I will stop the job, take everything back down again, and I won't charge you a penny. And she said, well, you can't really say fairer than that, can you? And they did. They came up really good. They still dried with a few stained areas where the litching had really stained on. Some like sort of brown rings that I just couldn't get off, no matter how hard I scrubbed. But they weren't very noticeable at all. All that white litching was gone. So the reason I wanted to go up from above was because I thought this conservatory spanned the whole width of the rear of the house, so I didn't think I'd be able to get anywhere near it with a ladder. Ordinarily, I'd have probably gone up the back with the ladder. But I borrowed Callum's cat ladders, or roof ladders, so he came and met me there at 7:30 in the morning, and he put these ladders up for me. They were bad before, look. This is probably the better side, actually. I took a picture of the not so bad side. But yeah, it was a 10-to-1 mix of TFR. Sorry, 1-to-10 mix of TFR. Scrubbed it on. Didn't allow it to dry. I mean, it was a mild day anyway, but I literally just scrubbed it on. And I modified... I wonder if I can get a picture. I've modified my water-fed pole to have a little tap on it. A little ball valve, so that I could leave the backpack on the ground. I could leave the gardener backpack on the floor and turn it on, but then just turn my tap on and off whenever I needed the chemical. And I also took I took a hose pipe up there as well, just so I can rinse them off with tap water, because I got that hydrophilic finish because I use that very specific TFR that I like to use. Normally you can only achieve this sort of streak-free finish with pure water. I'm just trying to find the video that I posted. What day was it? May the 24th. Here it is. So I posted this in the Discord. This This is my little clever technique for keeping my hose pipe on the roof. I literally just tied a little bungee cord and hooked it onto the ladder, which I thought, I was very proud of myself. I don't know where I posted. It's probably in chemical chat actually. Here it is. Dare I say, a game changer. So I put this little tap up there, look, on the end of the water-fed pole. And so because the pump inside the gardener backpack has got a pressure switch in it, as soon as it builds pressure in the hose pipe, it turns off and it stops trying to pump. So I'll put this, a lot of people use, I think it's called a univalve, where you can sort of pull it, you can sort of tug it or twist it. I'm not sure what you do. I think you either pull it or twist it, and it turns the flow off. But this, I've fitted up there, and it meant that whenever I needed the chemicals or whenever I thought the panels were about to dry out, I just put a bit more TFR on, and I mixed about 15 litres of product, and it was perfect for 16 panels. So I'd spray it on, agitate it, really literally did one panel at a time, just spraying it on, giving it a real good brush, re-wet it if I needed to, and then just rinse it off with the customer's tap. Craig, welcome. Which TFR? It is a very, very specific TFR from I've got it in one of my videos. I've got everything in my videos, so if you ever need to refer back, it's all here. So this cleaning windows with without pure water, this one here. I've been through this quite a few times, so I apologize for anyone that has already seen this. But the reason I like it is because it leaves that lovely streak-free finish. Adverts, man. Still too tight to pay for YouTube Premium, so we don't get these adverts every time I pull up stuff on the stream. I will get to your messages in a second, guys. I'm just... this is it, Drive Tech TFR. I got it from GSF Car Parts, but it's not on their website. My local ones supply this specific one. I think the general dilution is about 1 to 7. I use it on windows, I can use it on gutters, fascias, soffits, and it leaves that lovely, look at that finish. It's perfect. The fact that you don't need to then go to pure water filling stations, you can just keep a little bit of this in the van. That 25 litre tub has lasted me since Christmas, because I just don't need to use, I don't do window cleaning as a service, but when I do need to like do a conservatory clean or something, it leaves me with that lovely finish. The Squeaky Clean Dave taught me about the difference between hydrophobic and hydrophilic. This bit here, look. So you don't want it to like bead on the glass. You want it to sheet off. Sheet off. There you go. Right, let's catch up. Thanks for the compliment, by the way, your cleaner windows. I thought they came up nice. The customer was very pleased. Damien, welcome. Sup, Mr. Smell. Any suggestions on using a wheelie bin as a Bowser? Can only find the VTUF buffer tank. Am I best putting it together myself? Absolutely, yes. Or, there's a couple of different suppliers since I posted that video of me building one myself. There's a couple of different suppliers that have started making their own. One of which is Equipped to Clean. Buffer tank. So they've got a 240 litre one. Can't vouch for any of the fittings on this. I don't really know They've got the high flow fill valve. I wonder where they got that idea from. Who knows? Not sure. There's no reviews on it, but I'm sure it's absolutely fine. I'm sure it does the job. You could go to Pressure Washer Sales and Service, who have started supplying them as well. Generally, these come in their business starter packages. They've got a little 120 litre buffer tank, but I'm sure they will put one together for you as like a one-off. I think they keep them on the shelf now. These have proper nice fittings on them. These are the, we've got a proper filter down the bottom there. Everything's quick release. Big boy stainless steel fittings. They only supply the best parts, these guys do. Or you could go to AC Pressure Washers, who sell the buffer tank conversion kits. Will probably be in the same section as this, wouldn't it? Float valves. No. Can I search? So they sell these conversion kits. Again, proper big boy fittings. Inline filter. Or basket filter, I think it's called. Oh, it's a Y-strain filter. So plenty of options. And then if you want to order a bin, I got mine from Wheelie. Get Wheelie Bins. This is where I got mine from. And they do all the different colours. You can shop by colour or you can shop by size. Imagine carrying one of these around in the van with you. Yeah, plenty of options out there. Hopefully that helps. Was your partner a long wheelbase or a short wheelbase? Only because it seems that you could always fit a good amount in the van with the mount. I don't think it was a long wheelbase. I actually don't know. I can't answer that, honestly. I'm sure there's probably a picture on my Facebook. From before I sold it to Rich. I feel like I've immediately filled my new van. Like it's immediately just rammed full of stuff all the time now. Which is it's like my constant concern with bigger and better. Upgrading, moving into a bigger house, buying a bigger van, buying more land, buying more storage, all that sort of stuff. You just find ways of filling it. And that's my concern with life at the moment. Am I just gonna keep maxing out? You know what I mean? Does anyone else get that feeling? That you're just constantly fighting a losing battle? I don't know if you can see it that well from there. Can you tell, Liam, from that picture whether it's a long or a short wheelbase? I might have a better one. That's the driver's door. There it is, look. What would you say that was? Because I don't know. Moja is very good, but also very expensive. You can use a GPS M2 calculator, which is a fraction of the price. Good to know. Thank you. What did you charge for that job? Oh, for the solar panels? Let's have a look. Let's pull up the message. I'm going to show you another job I've just priced up. I think I'm probably a little bit cheap on it, but I want you guys' opinion. The gutter, the solar panel cleaning lady has also just asked me to book her in for the gutters, because I took some pictures of the gutters while I was up there and said they're absolutely full. So I said, so this is my basic cost per panel at the moment. It's like a good, I think it's, every time I've done it, it's been like quite a consistently good price for the panels, and a price that I'm happy with. So I'm charging £17 per panel at the moment. I don't have a minimum charge, because if it's just a couple of panels, I'm probably just getting up there with a ladder and just giving them a quick wash. But when you've got 16 of them, it sort of makes it worth its while, like hiring a scaffolding tower or taking the extra effort to get up there and get harnessed in and all that sort of stuff. I'm not very good at maths. £17 per panel times 16, £272 I charged for that one, and she gave me a tip. She gave me 280, I think. She says, gosh, it seems very involved to get this done. I didn't think it would be anywhere near that cost. I'm not belittling what you would have to do in order to get the job done. Can I ask, have you come across these white lichens before? How successful were you in removing them? I just don't want to be throwing away good money I've already paid for a job that didn't solve it before. I ask with the greatest of respect. She was a lovely lady, and I think we communicated really well. So yeah, I just sort of said, look, if I clean the one and you're happy, we'll go ahead, and if you're not happy, I won't charge you a penny. I won't clean any further. Right. JL Power Wash, welcome mate, how you doing? I think I've developed a bungee fetish. I can't stop using them. Every time I need to tie, hold, whatever, it goes on a bungee first. I've been strapping things in with bungee cords in my van. So my surface cleaner hooks near the back door. My big hose reel, because it's on wheels, it keeps sort of sliding around, but I've bungeed that in. I've got some extension cords on top of my buffer tank, bungeed in. The only thing I wish I had in my new van is more like in the wood going across the inside of the panels. I'd like more sort of little hooks or little eyes, you know, little hook eyes. So if I want to like put the gutter vacuums on a certain wall, I can sort of pull some bungee cords around and hook them on, but I've got nowhere to hook them. There's a few on the floor, but there's nothing on the sides, on the walls. New camera angle, yeah man. I've also got a new lens on the camera. I don't know if you can tell. You probably can't tell any difference, but it's slightly sharper. The image should be shot slightly sharper, and you won't see reflections and stuff as much. I think it's a PL filter. Watch the top of this laptop when I spin this filter. See that get brighter? And then it goes dark again. So it gets rid of all the reflections. But that camera's getting hot. So when I'm filming and I'm looking at water, or there's lots of glare from the sun, it cancels all that glare out. The difference between having a PL filter is incredible. So it gives this sort of effect. It sort of cancels out the reflections on the top of the water. And it actually works. Like I did something with my windscreen on my van where I just sort of twisted the filter, and you can see it getting darker and lighter. It makes the colours a bit more punchy, and it just just goes straight through the reflection, so you can see everything underneath the reflection. I think it's very clever. Polarizing filter. Oh, I guess it does it with the atmosphere as well, with like moisture in the atmosphere. Or something. I don't know. See the reflection in the glass there compared to that one. Very cool. Dauntless, welcome. As a full-time window cleaning, as a full-time window cleaning, I'm a bit skeptical. However, it looks good from the video. What are you talking about, Dauntless? What are you talking about? You're talking about the Mosier. Work's gone very quiet for me on the south coast. How are you guys finding it? Let's do a poll. Let's see what everyone else thinks. Has work gone quiet? Looks like a short wheelbase to me. The distance between the end of the door runner and the end of the van is very close, which generally means short wheelbase. Okay. LC says short wheelbase as well. I didn't know TFR could control whether a window / solar panel is hydrophilic or not. I guess it leaves some sort of coating on it. I can't explain it. I've used a couple of different TFRs, and this was the only one that I found actually left that sort of finish, and I thought I could use this on glass. I don't clean windows, but I can use it on glass. Like if I ever come across one where there's inevitably glass as part of the bigger project, you know what I mean? I don't want to not be able to do it, but equally I don't really fancy carrying loads of pure water around with me. It's nice to have a little chemical that I can dilute, and it's giving me extra like cleaning power because it's a TFR, and it's also leaving me with like a pure water style finish. I think it's very, very cool. Dan, welcome mate, how you doing? I gave your name to a good friend of ours that we met through our business. We do house sits for them, and they have been let down on Saturday morning by a couple of guys. Showed them your videos which they liked. Oh nice, is that the people that are going to America? Dan, I think it's is it your stag do this weekend? Are we doing it? Are we going to Birmingham? Is it this weekend? I think it is. Are you excited? Do you think you could fit enough pressure washing stuff on top of a Smart Tank 650 in a Peugeot Expert, or would I need a second van? A Peugeot Expert. $650 tank, and you want to put like a pressure washer on like a frame on top of the tank. What's the reason for having a 650 litre tank? Is that your window cleaning tank? And are you driving around with 650 litres full in a Peugeot Expert? Because that seems like a lot. It seems like a lot of water to have on board. What respirator do you use for hypo? So the one I'm using at the moment that I've just broke actually, which I'm really annoyed about. That's not what I wanted to click on. I think this website's slow. Does anyone get annoyed when they go onto the Pure Seal website? It's a little bit sluggish. Where's PPE? This is the one I use, the half mask. Oh, I haven't seen those goggles. %92 say work has not gone quiet. 12 votes. 8% says yes, it has. So I've just broke the little tabs on the side. These little tabs that hold the strap in place. I was just being heavy-handed with it. Not looking after my kit. You won't have enough room with a 650 litre tank, 250 to 300 max. Yeah, I mean, most pressure washers, you're not going to need more than 250, 300 litres as a buffer tank anyway. £17 per panel, what part of the country? This is Redditch in the West Midlands, Worcestershire. I thought I was expensive in Cornwall at £10 per panel. Maybe I've got to get that price up. Not necessarily. It's not a service that I offer very regularly. Like solar panel cleaning is just something I do maybe once a month when that sort of work comes in. I don't advertise for it. I don't really get a lot of it. But to make it worth it for me, like it's when you get, if the solar panels have been cleaned before or they're fairly new and they've not got much litching on them, it can be, you know, to clean 16 panels, it could potentially take an hour. So about 100 quid or 160 quid, that, you know, it's not far off really. But when they've got heavy litching spots on them like that and the access is difficult, you know, I'm not gonna, it's got to be worth my time. I could make more money going and doing, you know, spending 2 or 3 hours pressure washing. So it's got to be worth it for me. And I'm not, you know, I'm explaining the process to the customer. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. It wasn't an easy job. My arms were killing afterwards. And so I'm just pricing it as to whether I think it's worth it for me or not. And I landed on £17 per panel. And since I've been doing them, I've been winning work, and I felt like at the end of the job, I felt like, yeah, that was enough money to make it worth my time. So if you can find that balance where you're winning the jobs and people aren't constantly saying you're too expensive, but you still feel like the graft was worth it, you know, it's a fine line. It's not going to be the same for everyone. You might be quite happy at £10 per panel. You haven't got to try and milk every single penny out your customers. If you're happy with the sort of money you're getting for it, then just carry on doing what you're doing. If you're not getting any pushback from your customers to say that was more than I expected, or I think that's quite expensive, if you're not getting it, if you're never receiving that sort of feedback, then you might want to consider just turning up your pricing slightly. But just play around with it, and if you're not absolutely dependent on landing each and every single job that comes your way, then you can afford to play with your pricing a little bit. Whereas if you're just starting out, or maybe work's gone quiet and you're sort of desperate for every job that comes your way, then you've just got to charge whatever you can sort of get away with. You can't afford to really push it, can you? So it depends what position you're in. Hello, monkey. You're right, mate. If you want more mountings in your van, look into chain plate staple. You just screw them on, they're sturdy, way more sturdy than eye-hooks, single mount point, and they are dirt cheap. Chain plate staple. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Thank you. Toolstation do them. That's exactly what I want. Thank you so much. I can just bung a load of them everywhere and just bungee everything. I can bungee myself to the roof when I've got these. Yes. Thank you, mate. I'm just going to put this in the Discord so I don't forget it. £1.98, that's quite reasonable too. Get them in black, get them in silver, get them in all sorts. Equipment chat. Do. Just for future reference. Nice. Jet washed, welcome. You're right, mate. Hello, mate. Love the videos. Thank you very much. Different people. They are looking after a Cooper when we go to Greece. Really kind people. Nice. Thanks for passing on my details, Dan. How much do you hate him to take him to Birmingham for his stag? I'm still a bit unsure as to whether I'm going to join you for Birmingham just yet. The pre-drinks, you know, that I'm absolutely down for, but I don't know. Going into Birmingham, a place that I don't really know, for a night out makes me very, very anxious. I feel very vulnerable if I'm drinking in an unknown place, surrounded by a bunch of lads that I don't really know that well. I don't know, it scares me a bit. Greg, how you doing, mate? Full-time window cleaning business plus employee. So I actually have the 650 litre tank full plus 200 litres in barrels. Really? And you're driving around with that in a Peugeot Expert? Is that not over your weight limit on your van? Plus, or presumably you've got other equipment in the van as well. My Expert has a 1.4 ton payload, so it just about carries its weight by the time you have 2 electric hoses. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Is it one of those tanks that's like a lay flat tank rather than like an upright one? So you should be able to still put stuff on top. And has it got a frame already? So you can just maybe weld some mounts to it to fit a pressure washer on there. That might be the way to go. And do you plan on drawing from that tank? Because you don't want to be using pure water out of your pressure washer. So what sort of buffer? Are you going to have another buffer tank? And if not, if you're using your pure water tank, draining it of pure water and then filling it back up with tap water as a buffer tank for your pressure washer, that's going to contaminate the pure water that you then put back into it, isn't it? How are you going to figure that out? That's a difficult problem, that is. I'm just starting out, thinking to test the market before purchasing any equipment, maybe hiring it. What would you suggest? Hiring is a very underrated move that a lot of people forget you can do. The only issue with hiring a pressure washer is they're generally not designed for deep cleaning surfaces. When these rental companies supply these pressure washers, it's generally for like building works, rinse downs to sort of rinse down an area that's got loads of mud and stuff, like the builders have just been in, and the builders themselves would rent the pressure washer and just rinse the area down. And they're great for that sort of stuff. Some of them come with like a Bowser already on them and stuff. The issue is that you don't get necessarily the correct nozzles that you're going to need for pressure washing, and those lances that are supplied. Let me see if I can find an example, because I rented one when at the very beginning. I rented one because my machine leaked oil. So this was a mistake. I can't believe I rented this particular machine when they had the others as options. But I rented one of these, and it was a great pressure washer. Oh, thank you so much. Who said they wanted to see you on stream? Was it Christy?
Probably.
So she might be watching, so you need to come and say hi. This is the moment that she waits for.
What? My shoulders are all burnt.
She said she only watches so that she could see you every now and again. So it's got burnt on a market stall today. So it's been sunny, but rainy.
Yeah.
But sunny enough for you to get burnt.
Yeah.
The weather's crazy at the moment. Thank you so much. You look like a tomato, yeah. Thanks so much.
That's okay.
So this one's got a flow rate of 13 litres per minute. I think it's a little Honda GX something or other. What's the little one? Is it a 240? I can't zoom in on the picture. That's really annoying. But anyway, I rented this. I had to try and lift it in and out the van, which was hilarious to watch. It's a cool setup, like to have a Bowser and a hose reel on the back and stuff. It's very cool. But just me on my own with my little van it was very difficult. The issue was the lance is a fixed lance with just like a fixed nozzle on the end. So the nozzles weren't interchangeable. So you couldn't put a turbo nozzle on there. You couldn't change the, if you wanted a different style fan nozzle on them. So you can't adjust it. Plus, it doesn't have an inlet or, like with the buffer tanks that we use, it has a cut-off. When the tank's full, it cuts off, stops the water supply. This didn't even have an inlet for the tank. I just had to drop a hose in the top because it's not designed. You're supposed to fill it up and then take it to the site and then use whatever water's in the tank and then go back and fill it up again. It's not supposed to be like constantly fed with water. And so with this, I had to just sort of drop a hose in that kept falling out because there was no actual inlet. And when it got full, it just overspilled. It was just a nightmare to use. It was terrible. So this was not suitable for what I needed. But they do others by the looks of it, which would have been a better option for me. This one looks like it's got a surface cleaner under it, look. That's potentially a very cool product. I wish I could expand these. That's a very good idea. A machine on top of a surface cleaner, but you can also use the lance if you want to. I think that's pretty cool. I remember seeing this, but I've never seen anyone actually use this. Jets just millimeters from the floor. Twin spinning arms. I just had a vision of a bloke. Stupid. 13 litres per minute. Honda / Lonsin GX200. You don't know which engine you're going to get when you rent it, I guess. 13 litres per minute, 2,200 PSI. With a reduction gearbox. I wonder how much these are to buy. Can you buy these? Pressure washer on surface cleaner. We've seen them. No one else really does it by the looks of it. Does anyone know what to type into Google to find that product? Because it's quite an interesting one. So yeah, sorry, to answer your question, you could hire one, or you could buy a very cheap petrol pressure washer, which is what I did. I'll show you the one I bought. I'm not saying anyone else should buy it. But this is a domestic pressure washer that isn't designed for commercial use. 12 litres per minute, so or 11 litres per minute, I think, so you can run it from the customer's tap. You don't need a buffer tank. And it was, at the time when I bought it, it was 300 quid. And it lasted about 6 months before it broke. But it was a great start. And it gave me that, it gave me that period of time where I'm like, okay, I've only invested 300 quid so far. I can see whether I like the work, whether I actually enjoy pressure washing. And if I don't, you know, I've only lost 300 quid. By that time, you've probably already made back your 300 quid on the few jobs that you've done. This will pay for itself in one job if you price it right. Yeah, and you can fit a turbo nozzle to this. You can fit all the different types of nozzles. Sorry, I keep clicking onto that Moser ad. I don't mean to. Yeah, you could just buy a cheap one. The chain plates come in all sorts of sizes too, perfect for bungee hooks, or the bigger ones for bigger things. Thanks, mate. When should you get a van? When you can afford one, when you're starting to generate work, when you think, okay, this is a very plausible business in my area. This, you know, I've done a bit of advertising, I've got a little bit of work in. When you can prove to yourself that you can earn money doing pressure washing, that's potentially the point in which you think, okay, this investment's going to pay off. I should buy a van to make my life easier. I wouldn't necessarily dive in at the deep end if you haven't proved to yourself whether you like the job, you can earn money doing it, whether it's profitable, and you know whether it's up your alley or not. Because this might be the first type of physical labour you've ever done. You might be sat in an office most of the time, and you could spend thousands of pounds on a van, on a proper pressure washing setup, and then realise, actually, I quite like sitting in an office all day. I don't really like the physical element, which is fine. We're all different, but it's a hell of an investment to then find out that you actually don't like that sort of work. That's why you see a lot of second-hand used machines on like Facebook Marketplace and stuff, because people go all in and they spend a lot of money and then realise either I don't like the work or I haven't got any customers. I've spent all this money, I've left my job, and now I've got, you know, 4 or 5 grand's worth of equipment in the shed that isn't earning me money, and I need to sell it now to get some money to pay my bills. You know what I mean? To be fair, mate, Birmingham is a maybe at the moment. Going to make a poll with the other options too. Nice. I'm not saying I won't. It's just it makes me nervous, that's all. How come you're buying another pressure washer, Jake? I'm buying another one because I've just employed a young lad, and so that he can actually start earning money for the business straight away, rather than just sort of... When he was coming out with me before, we were either taking turns on the pressure washer, or one of us was like sweeping up, one of us was setting up the gear while the other one was washing, and it wasn't a waste of time because he's very helpful, and being able to go for like half an hour or an hour solid and then pass the lance over to someone else to carry on for you, that's really beneficial, and it saves fatigue, and it, you know, balances out the work and stuff. But it's not the most efficient use of both of our time. And so if I can set him up with a machine straight away, and we can both start washing together on these jobs. I mean, just having Rich over from Walsall with his machine, and 2 of us on the same job, we can wash a massive drive in like literally less than half the time it takes for me to just do it on my own. It's crazy the time saving. As long as you've got half decent water pressure where your buffer tank can handle 2 machines drawing from it, that's the only barrier. But also someone made a very good point on the last stream where they said if you if you don't get a van mounted system, it means that if you get to the point where he's happy going out on his own and doing his own jobs, I can drop him off places. If nothing's mounted to the van, we can take all his equipment out, leave him at someone's property to wash the drive and patio or whatever, and then I can shoot off and do something else. I can shoot off and do some quotes. I can do another job. Or if I'm doing like an admin day, I can go back home and sit in front of the laptop and get through some admin work and some video editing and stuff. And then when he's ready, he just rings me and I'll come and pick him up. So having something that isn't mounted to the van for him is going to make us a lot more versatile, I think. But he's still going to have that hose reel on the machine, so he doesn't have to keep moving it around the property all the time. Petrol patio cleaner, is that what you'd type in? Petrol patio cleaner. I'm not really seeing anything. I'm seeing the Westerman style things. What is that? Is that like a big brush? Like a big power broom? That's insane, isn't it? That is very over the top. What could you possibly need that for? I suppose tennis courts? Snowplow? I want to see an example of what it does. That looks like it's just like a farm. It's just brushing stuff around a farm. Yeah, it's just a general power broom, isn't it, I suppose? I don't think it's cleaning as deep as a Westerman would. Cool product, if you're going to use it on large areas. I could see that working on a tennis court that's got loads of moss on it. And I like that it propels the dirt forward instead of a Westerman sort of propelling the dirt sideways on the bit that you've already just cleaned. Low noise? I doubt it. It's a petrol engine. Can I sign up for the WhatsApp to get the before and after pictures? It's actually a Discord group now, mate. We're in this Discord, look. And the before and after pictures are in the boosted images section. And you can get to that by clicking join on the YouTube channel. If you click join and go for the boosted members tier, you'll get access to the Discord. Are you trying to find a surface cleaner with a petrol washer mounted to it? That sounds like a terrible tool. Yeah, I'm just seeing if anyone else sells anything like it, because I've never seen one before. What equipment did you start with other than the pressure washer? So again, like with everything, I've got a video on my channel. If you go right to the bottom, right to the early days of this channel, just over a year ago, I think. This first video that I posted on my channel, under £400, I bought 6 things to start my pressure washing business. And that goes through everything that you'll need to get started. Hope you find that useful, mate. Can you right click on the image, copy image link and paste it into the Google search to search the image? Ooh. That's a big brain. Oh my gosh. Bram, welcome. I've just lost the page now. Right click. Copy image link. Oh, now we can get it bigger. I wonder if I can search similar images. Oh, look. In action. I mean, it looks like a cool product. Whether it works or not is another story. Oh, I'd like to see a video of it. What's it called? Hurricane Combi. There's a video. Oh, it's an old video. It's a very old video. It's 240p. Look at it go.
Hurricane pressure washer for multiple uses. It's the perfect solution for cleaning sports grounds, marinas, pontoons and slipways, pavements and walkways. Cleaning sports grounds, marinas, pontoons and slipways,
Pontoons?
and walkways.
Who's cleaning pontoons?
For buildings and fascias, vehicles and industrial equipment, or chewing gum or graffiti removal.
The beauty of it is that all you need is a water connection to the machine, and you can clean flat surfaces very effectively, very efficiently and very quickly. The special part of it is in the fact it's a combined machine, so it has more than one use. The machine with a quick changeover to a hose and lance can be used as a standard pressure washer at 2,900 psi, 15 litres a minute.
I mean, you're not getting 15 litres. You're not getting 15 litres a minute from most customers' taps, but other than that, I'm quite impressed. Like, does anyone else not think that that's quite a cool idea? It's going to be extremely heavy to move around and stuff, but on flat surfaces, that's quite a good, like, all-in-one. Is that not? I don't think anyone agrees with me.
Comes with the added benefit of an integral wet vac port, allowing an appropriate industrial vacuum to collect residue water after cleaning. Folding handles for ease of use, storage and transport.
It's got a wet vac port. You could connect your gutter vacuum to it. Like one of them we saw Equipped to Clean a couple of weeks ago. They have like that surface cleaner that's got a suction hose on it.
Rotation.
Definitely need two people to lift it in and out of the van. They're just pretending that that's not heavy then. They're like, oh God.
In a location like we are today, is cleaning the marinas. It's got a rubber side skirt which minimises the overspray from the machine. In the past, some of the problems in cleaning pontoons where boats are moored alongside is that a certain quantity of the dirt sprays onto the boats.
True.
Thus having to clean them again once you finish cleaning the floor. This eradicates that and allows you to do it all in one pass.
The Hurricane Combi is British built, handmade at our factory by a team of highly skilled fabricators and welders. Each machine goes through rigorous testing. All machines are fitted with genuine parts readily available from our headquarters, including a genuine Honda GX340 engine.
There you go,
The world's
340.
professional choice of engine for performance and service.
Very true.
It is fitted alongside an Anovi Reverbery pump and gearbox to
AR
ensure
pump.
optimal performance and product lifespan.
It's got a pressure gauge on top as well.
Machines primarily into boat yards and hire companies. The hire companies have come onto this machine, saw it last year at the hire show. Very interested because there's nothing else on the market, but mainly it can be used as two machines.
The Combi is the only combined high-pressure floor cleaner and pressure washer.
There you go.
in
It's
the
the
world.
only one in the world.
This unique cleaning machine will allow you to get the job done more quickly and effectively than ever before.
I'm very
It's a
impressed by
very
that.
new product, and being the only thing on the market like it.
This was
it's
posted 11 years ago.
For producing it, designing it, and marketing it to the level we have at the moment. The feedback we've been getting is extremely positively.
It's like a Price is Right advert.
Users are saying such a simple idea, but such an effective machine, and it is making their jobs a lot easier, especially within
It's the only one in the world because it's absolute shite.
connect up to water, clean a lot of the parts.
Why do you think it's shite?
Which they're having to do with a multitude of machines at the moment.
Why do you think it's rubbish? Just because it's heavy? I don't know. I think that's not bad. Am I being naive? I'd like to try it. That one looks a bit smaller, does it? How much is it? Oh, is this another higher one? It's a Demon Hurricane P2 petrol cleaner. £2,600 on eBay with the worst photo in history. Okay. I need a wee. I will be back in 2 minutes. Probably less. Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video. Yes, David. Hi, Jake. Getting a pressure washer delivered on Wednesday, which is my birthday. Nice little birthday present for me. An 120 litre wheelie bin getting delivered on Thursday. Gonna DIY it into a buffer tank. Nice. Get in there. You are indeed, mate. Which pressure washer did you go for? Has anyone experience with the Seahawk 21 litre 200 bar cold water pressure washer? That's AC pressure washers, isn't it? These ones. I don't think you'll have any issues with those, mate. It's a popular bundle. It's a popular machine, mate. I think you'll be absolutely fine. So 21-200 is like the goal for most people, I think. Maybe if, like my mower, it was self-propelled. Ooh, a self-propelled one. That might be a nice little upgrade. Just why? It's not like it's hard to take the pressure washer and the surface cleaner. Probably cost the same. Yeah, but it's space, isn't it? This is incorporating both of those things into one item. Could be a space-saving thing. How do I become a member? I've just played an advert explaining exactly how to become a member. Sorry, Soul. I don't know what else to say. On half the jobs, you don't even need a surface cleaner. You're basically taking it for no reason. That's true. Yeah, that's very true. There's a reason it's just on hire. The pixels are from 1997 too, by the looks of it. Can you check out the JCB 4000? We had a little look at this a couple of streams ago, and I think Sid did a comparison. I don't know which machine he featured in this. I'm not sure which one, whether it was the 15 litre per minute or the other one. Not sure. So the only thing that you might want to consider with this one is that, as Darren mentioned, the unloader valve is part of the pump. It's not detachable from the pump. So if you want to upgrade any bits on your unloader valve, you have to actually upgrade the whole pump, unfortunately. Something to consider. But as a starter machine, I mean, this is very similar to the Hyundai one that Darren at PWS sells. Exactly the same pump, apparently. So the one I'm talking about is this one here, which is the same price, I believe. £1,000 roughly, including VAT. Yeah, same price as this one. Same pump. Not sure what the engine difference is. This is obviously Hyundai, and I'm guessing JCB have got their own engine, have they? Or is it the same engine as well? I don't know. I don't know. JCB petrol engine, so it's their own engine. Looks like a good machine, nothing wrong with it. You want to add a turbo nozzle to it and away you go. I'm sure it'll do you proud. My new X-Jet arrived yesterday. Used it on 3 jobs today, so good. Used it on 3 jobs today, so good. You've had 3 jobs today that you've used an X-Jet on. That's very cool. You must be busy. Speaking of X-Jets, Rutland Pumps have just announced a new competitor for the X-Jet, and it's not the Pro Foam like they had before. It's called the ProJet, I believe. £180 plus VAT. This is custom made. I think they build these in-house. UK made. Not shipped over from the US. Full stainless. Safe for acid, safe for hypo. At that price, it comes with the ST300, ST2300 trigger. You get all the proportions just like you do with the X-Jet. Same filter. Very similar shut-off valve for the chemical. 5 meter feed hose. So if anyone's struggling to get an X-Jet, have a little look at these, because that's it's going to do the same job, isn't it? But you're supporting a UK supplier. A couple of different sizes for different flow machines. And there's been a shortage of X-Jets actually in the UK these last couple of months. People have been struggling to get hold of them. And so because of that, the prices have shot up the price of X jets have just gone insane. So the fact that you can get one of these with a trigger for 180 quid plus VAT, it's pretty good, I'd say. I went for the Champion 280 bar 15 litre for $7.99. Decided to go cheaper so I could get the rest of the stuff, including the surface cleaner, straight away. If it only lasts 6 to 12 months, but as long as I reinvest it. Yeah. I mean, if you're just looking to get started, absolutely perfect, mate. What about smaller areas? GS jet washing. What are we talking about, mate? What about smaller areas? For like applying hypo? What do you mean? I'm still looking for a surface cleaner for the Park brand. I've seen loads of cheap enough which say they suit 11 litres per minute, but I don't know if the jets would work effectively, so I can't choose. I mean, Hooper, you can always change the jets. So whatever you receive, test it, and if it's no good, just get the appropriate jets from Rutland Pumps. So they've got a whole section for nozzles. So you can literally just whatever thread they are that come with the little surface cleaners, you can just change them to the ones you want. So whatever degree fan jet that you want, and then you just match it up with the flow rate of your machine. Thanks for explaining that, Matt. Soul, welcome. He found the button. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome to the group. Lots of good advice and nice group. Thanks, Soft Washing Cornwall. Thanks, mate. Paul, welcome, mate. How you doing? Are you considering getting a hot box or hot water system anytime soon? It's not something that's really on my radar at the moment, although me and Darren have spoke about it in the past. I think he's very busy at the moment, so I don't really want to bother him with it, but potentially looking at fitting a boiler at some point. I don't know. I need to speak to Squeaky Clean Dave, really, as to whether he thinks... I need to have an honest conversation with someone as to whether they think that investment of having a boiler fitted and having to keep that topped up with diesel or whatever fuel it uses, I think it's diesel, and just generally the setup, the space that it takes up in the van, I want to know whether all that is actually worth it in the end when it comes to, is it more... I'm sure it's slightly more effective cleaning. I'm sure you get rid of more black spots with it. I'm sure you probably sterilise the area much better than you would just with cold water. And you'll actually kill the organic contaminants in the stone when you're washing with steam, instead of having to use chemicals all the time. I just don't know if you'd get visibly better results. I know it's going to be much better for roof cleaning, much better for like heritage, old sandstone properties, low pressure steam cleaning. I'm sure you'd get much better results for that. But for day-to-day patios and driveways, which is 98% of the work that I do, is it going to be worth it for me? And I don't know if it is. Am I just better using cold water and then hypo or biocide like I do at the moment? Is that boiler sat in my van taking up all that room, is that a worthwhile investment for me? And I'm not sure if it is or not. And I know this is like everyone's progression, is that you start out with a small machine, you gradually upgrade to bigger and better stuff, and then eventually you get a steam cleaning setup and you get a boiler and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know if that's even the direction that I want to go. Just because everyone else is doing it, I don't know if it actually makes sense for me to do it. Do you? I think it was Liam that asked that question, wasn't it? Liam, was it Liam? Yes, it was. Are you considering a hotbox? And if so, why do you want steam? Because, you know, Darren's a very good salesman. I'm sure he would have lots of examples of why steam is better than just cold water. But he also doesn't go out and actually do the work that we do. So, and he says himself, like, he's not on the tools like we are. So we all come from different places with our experiences. Some old timer on YouTube has unbowed and set up both JCB and Hyundai. He's unbowed. What does that mean? Am I reading that word wrong? Has he done like a comparison or something? What size surface cleaner would you recommend for my Hyundai 15 litre per minute machine? Let's have a look, shall we? So it's a 15 litre per minute, 4,000 psi. Where's guides? Guides. $15 litre per minute. What's 4,000 psi? What is that? $275 bar. We probably won't find that on the chart, actually. We'll have to go 250 bar. 15 litre per minute, 250 bar. We've got 14.8, which would give you an 04. Or you can spec it up slightly to 15.8, which you probably want to do because that'll account for the extra 25 bar. So that'll land you on a 045. So if you've got like a single turbo nozzle, you'll want an 045. If you've got 2 bars on your surface cleaner, you'll want to split that down the middle. So 2 02 nozzles or 2 025 nozzles. If you've got a triple bar, you're going to need... Someone else will have to work that out because I can't divide 45 by 3. What's 45 divided by 3? 15. 015. Is that right? Yeah. Thanks, David. Hope that helps. Rutland are pretty helpful for choosing the right jets. Mossmatic are also really helpful for getting your jet sizing. I was looking at some roof... This is the job actually that I quoted today that I want some of your guys' opinion on the pricing, if that's okay. I had to quote this weird roof. Look at this. So not only is it the roof, but it's also the sides of the house as well, with the vertical tiles. I didn't know where to begin pricing this. And I think looking at it again, I've probably gone in cheap. But also, it's a lady who I've done work for before on like it's like a commercial property. So I didn't want to... These frontages aren't going to be difficult to clean. I can get like a 12-inch or a 13-inch Mossmatic on my gutter vacuum system's high pressure pole and do all that from the ground. The roof clean is going to be the harder bit. I'm quite excited actually. This is the reason I priced it slightly cheaper. I'm actually excited to clean these. The roof is in pretty bad condition, and I've said to the guy there is chunks of mortar missing out of some of these ridges. How confident are you in the integrity of the roof? Because I could scrape it, or I could pressure wash it. And he said, yeah, just pressure wash it. And he fits gas, he fits wood burning stoves and chimneys and stuff. So he's always up on roofs, so he can do any repairs himself. And he said, if there's any repairs to be done, I'll just get up and do it myself. I was like, well, you can't say fairer than that, can you? But this will be a very, very cool before and after if I can win this job. and I've priced it at £875, which I think is really cheap. It's not a big roof. The roof is actually very small. It's 3 sides there, down the side and around the back, and then it's all these frontages, and obviously the gutters are sprouting these big plants, but they're very easy access because the couple of gutters above these above these windows. But what does everyone think of that? Oh, the all-in-one surface cleaner. Yeah, smaller areas would be harder with that push-along surface cleaner, but in which case you'd probably just use the lance. Where's the best place to get connectors to go on my pump for a return to tank? So the people that did mine were these guys. I don't know how local you are to Evesham, but these guys fitted my return to tank bypass. They put a new unload of valve on and plumbed everything in, but any reputable pressure washer maintenance repair shop should be able to do that sort of thing for you. These are the guys that did it for me. Decent price, worked very, very well. In my experience, the one benefit of steam is the reduced amount of water used / that you'd have to deal with after. So the clean... Oh, okay. Okay, so you're using less water, therefore you're putting less water down onto the surface that you have to deal with at a late, after you've finished cleaning. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I suppose it's less intense, so it's less strain on your body because you're washing at a much lower pressure. You're not having to absolutely blast things. I suppose you're not going to be using... Are you going to be steam cleaning block paving? You're probably not, are you? It's probably going to be natural stone patios and walls and stuff. I can't imagine you need steam on block paving. I don't think it's going to make that much difference, is it? Might sound like a weird question, but what percentage of your jobs do you use biocide compared to hypo? I know I'll have to get it, but I think most will be hypoed. Yeah, probably 90% is hypo. The other 10% is biocide. And then I'm also using biocide for maintenance plans. So once I've sealed some block paving or restored a patio and repointed it or something, I'll suggest to the customer we can come back every 6 months and biocide this to maintain it and to stay on top of it, so we don't have to keep pressure washing it every year. It's going to be much cheaper for me to biocide it, and then it doesn't get as dirty, and we're not using high pressure on it every year, so we're not sort of degrading the surface every 12 months. Biocide is very powerful if you know how you can use it, and you've also got to set the customer's expectations. It's not a miracle worker, it's not a weed killer, it's not going to stop everything from growing back permanently, but on the right surface it can really, really help. I posted a posted a reel the other day just explaining one of my recent jobs that I went back to that I'm going to go back to soon to re-biocide. Where's my reels? Okay, we pressure washed this granite block paving about a year ago, and since then we've been topping up with a biocide treatment, and it's still looking almost brand new today. It looks amazing. Looks like it's just been jet washed. The customer's still really happy with it. There's a few little drips here from when the boiler's been installed, and we've got the Amazon delivery driver left a tyre mark on it. We've got some weeds in the corners and stuff. I think what we're going to do is just re-sand it again because it's lost some of its sand for all the terrible rain we've had. and just do another top-up biocide treatment. We don't need to pressure wash this again. Can't believe how good it still looks. The customer said she'd pressure wash it herself, and then within a couple of months it'll be dirty again. But the biocide has already kept on top of it. So with certain surfaces, the customer's going to notice a massive difference, especially if they've been trying to maintain it themselves. Who's that? GS Jet Washing. Thank you so much. Welcome. Has become a Circle member. Awesome. Look at you guys showing support tonight. Thank you so much. Really kind of you, mate. Did you use a surface cleaner when you had your first machine, or did you just use a turbo nozzle on pavers and slabs? I used a small Amazon cheap surface cleaner for slabs and concrete and stuff, but it weren't very good. I weren't happy with it. I barely used it at all. I just carried on. It was 11 litre per minute machine, and instead of using the surface cleaner, I just used the turbo on nearly every surface. I'd say anything under 15 litres per minute, there's no point in getting a surface cleaner because it's not going to do what you want it to do. And even anything over 15 litres per minute, you're not going to get the results that you want on block paving. I still maintain. The reason I didn't put a video out today, I've got all this footage of these tests that I've been doing with a flat surface cleaner. Can't find the images. So I've got all this footage of me using these surface cleaners on block paving, and I started editing it, and there's no real resolution. I'm not totally happy with the research that I've done to make the claims that I'm planning on making in these videos. But essentially what I want to say is that we're sort of being missold on the whole idea. Good morning. Of using surface cleaners on block paving. I still maintain. Sorry, everyone. I still maintain that they are not suitable for block paving, no matter what machine you've got, no matter what sort of jets or what size of surface cleaner that you've got. I don't think they're good enough. And if it's not getting rid of the weeds, then it's pointless. Does anyone agree? What is the point in going over this surface? I mean, here you can see it's clearing most of the moss, but not all of it. You still have to go over it again with the turbo nozzle. And if you've got any weeds whatsoever, it's not clearing them. I've done so many tests with different surface cleaners, different nozzles, different PSI, different flow. I've now got a 30 litre per minute machine, a 20-inch surface cleaner with 15-degree jets. I turn everything right up full power, as much as I can put down onto the surface, and I'm still not happy with the results I'm getting on block paving. But all the videos all over the internet that you see are all people using surface cleaners on block paving. But what they don't show you is the fact that they have to go over it again with the turbo nozzle afterwards. And so we're all aiming towards this goal of trying to get quicker with block paving. And it looks so appealing being able to just run over it with a surface cleaner and rinse it down afterwards. I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's actually what we hope it's going to be. Every single time I've used a surface cleaner on block paving, I've had to go back over it with a turbo nozzle. Not only that, it's much more difficult. Once you've been over the area with the surface cleaner, you're so much more likely to miss weeds now that you're going back over it with the turbo nozzle, because everything looks clean. If you're just starting out with the turbo nozzle, you can see which bits are dirty and which bits are clean. Once you've done the whole area with the surface cleaner, trying to catch any of those little weeds or any of those little chunks of moss you're inevitably going to miss bits, and we've done it on several jobs, and me and my brother said this is harder now because I can't see which bits that I need to, I think you know what I'm trying to say. I put it out a couple of weeks ago. I said, if anyone can show me their surface cleaner being effective on a weedy block paved driveway or whatever, if anyone can show me proof that you don't have to go over it again with a turbo nozzle, then I'll be sold. And I want you to tell me what you're doing differently to what I'm doing. Because this job took almost twice as long as it had to, because we ended up using the surface cleaner at the beginning. So you can see I'm setting up the jets properly. This is a triple bar, and I thought, well, maybe it's that. Maybe I'm just spreading the pressure too thinly across all these different jets. So instead, I bought a twin bar. I don't know which video you're going to see it in. It's not this one. Might be this one. Yeah, instead I bought this one, which is a 20-inch BE double bar, 15-degree jets. I've also tried lowering the bars closer to the floor. Maybe I didn't lower it enough because it made absolutely no difference. I think we've been missold this expectation that we can eventually get to this point where we're just breezing through block paving. But I think it's all bollocks, personally. Happy to be proven wrong. If there's something I'm doing wrong that, So I've been procrastinating trying to put this video together today, but I'm thinking, have I tried everything? Can I definitively say that these don't work on block paving? And if they're not getting perfect results, but the turbo nozzle is, then what's the point in using them in the first place? But I think I just need to do a little bit more research, a few more tests. I need to reach out to other people and say, I've seen you've used surface cleaners on block paving. Can I get your opinion? Do you have to go back over it with the turbo? I need to reach out to all these different people before I can make this video, because I don't want to spread misinformation. I know what I think, but I've not got enough proof just yet to make the video. So I've been starting to sort of edit it together and stuff, and I think, I can't put that video out just yet because I don't know if it's fully true. I don't think steam is better than cold water and hypo. I use hot water and still hypo on top of it. Yeah, I mean that's the issue, isn't it? You're not really. That's the other issue with steam, is if you've still got to use chemicals. I'm sure steam has its place. It depends what sort of jobs you're doing regularly, I suppose. Liam says, I don't have a boiler. I've rented one, and I really think it makes a huge difference. Like you say, it reduces the need for chemicals. I want one as I'm busy with roofs, and I want a better finish. On roofs, I can see it's probably very beneficial. Was the roofer drunk when he did these houses? Can you, I can't see much wrong with that. I mean, it's a little bit wavy. Let's have a look. You mean this one? We've already got the photos here. I mean, it's definitely a little bit wavy at the top, but that is also a lot of moss up there. I can see this bit. Sort of, that looks like a little ramp there. But other than that, is it not just an old roof? That's a big chunk of mortar missing. I don't think it's that bad compared to some of the ones I've seen. Is it? And this is strange to see the edge of like tile edges like this that don't have gutter underneath them. I know the gutter's down here, but this is just weird to see. Just the roof coming to an end like that. You don't often see that. Also, there's a big chunk of mortar missing underneath this end cap here. It benefits things like heritage cottages, limestone, older stones. I just think it's good to have the option. I wish it could be a bit more compact or lighter so you could just keep it mobile. Yeah, and you can also have a separate boiler system. PWS sell a hotbox on, you know, a totally separate system that you can put in and out of the van as and when you need it. I don't know how difficult this is to set up. Say you take it out your van one day and then you need it for a certain job the next. For you to put that back in the van, how difficult would that be to then set up again? You know what I mean? Is it as simple as just plugging in the water supply and it's sort of a plug and play system, or do you need to plumb things in properly, feed the wires? You know, because if it's that mobile where you can actually take it in and out the van without unhooking stuff, you know, that could be an option too. How long do you think it'll take? The roof, I would say to pressure wash that, you could fairly easily get that done in a day, I reckon, with 2 people. The majority of the day will be spent on the top. And then I think the sides should be fairly straightforward. They'd be very satisfying. That would make for a really good video, actually. I'd really want to do those sides. I am slightly worried about tiles slipping. There's already a few that you can see here. That one's cracked. These have slipped down. There's a couple that have slipped down here. I don't know how well these are held in place. The ones on the roof, sometimes roofers will put a couple tiles in and then nail one, and then put a few more in and then nail the other. And so not all of them are fully nailed in. I'm guessing these ones on the side have to all be nailed in individually. So they should, if anything, be more secure than the ones on the roof. But you can see there's a bunch that have slipped around the windows. And I've explained all this to the customer, so they won't be shocked if anything does drop slightly. It would just be a shame if I'd always stop it. You know, if it gets to the point where I'm causing damage, I'll just stop and say, you know, it's not suitable to be pressure washed. Because you could quite easily, you know, scrape and biocide all this, and it might take a year to get the same results as you'd get from pressure washing, but you'd eventually get there. So I'd say you could get, with 2 people, you get most of that done in a day. And then maybe another half a day to do things like clear the gutters and then put the biocide on. But ideally you'd want to put the biocide on while you're up the tower. That's very cheap, do you think? £1 million house, block paving, pressure wash, 285 square meters, hypo, resand and biocide, 30 minutes each way. I mean, the price of the house is meaningless, but I suppose it's good to keep in mind what kind of customer you're dealing with. Resand and biocide. So if you're including a biocide treatment, you might want to consider bringing this up to about £3.50 per square metre. So total price of £4.50 per square metre, roughly. If it's block paving, you're going to hypo it and then biocide afterwards. I'd say around about £12.75, £12.70. I did have a question which I can't seem to get an answer from any companies. I have the ST1500Q trigger. Do you think there's any difference in the 2600? I think it's just the cam inside that gives it that sort of easy press. Calrun, welcome. ST1500. So I would suggest that, yeah, this doesn't have the easy press. So this one's got a little cam. Oh, with a low trigger force technology. There you go. Easy pull. So the difference with this one, which you probably won't find with yours, is when you get past a certain point of squeezing it, the cam engages and it sort of takes that pressure up for you. So you're not constantly squeezing all day. It does make a decent difference. I wouldn't say it's like easy pull, or it's some advertise it as like 90% easier, 90% less force required to pull the trigger, which I don't agree with. I think that's a little bit misleading, but definitely better than my old triggers. With steam, you just can't see F-all when you're doing it on high heat. That is another thing, yeah, but it is more impressive when a customer looks out the window and you've got steam bellowing everywhere from your surface cleaner. That is quite impressive. But it doesn't make for a very good video if you're trying to film stuff and all you can see is steam. When pressure washing flat surfaces, do you quote per square meter? If so, what are people's prices? Paul, I generally do it different for each surface. So if I'm doing block paving, I'm normally at around about £4 per square meter, which includes sand. If I'm doing tarmac, where I don't necessarily need any chemicals, it'd be around about £3 per square meter. If I'm doing like natural stone or patios or something where I'm going to use hypo, or I'm going to use some sort of biocide or whatever, I add 50p per square meter just to account for the chemicals. So most patios, I'm at around about £3.50 per square meter. If it's just a cold water wash, nothing else, about £3. And then I've got a minimum charge of £125. So no matter how small the patio is, I won't do that job unless the customer's happy with at least £125. Because you've got to also consider, like, is it worth me coming out to this job, driving out, setting up? Because the minimum time it's going to take you to do a job, probably about half an hour, is to get there, plug in your water supply, wash a little patio or a little path, and then pack everything up again. It's probably half an hour, maybe 40 minutes minimum. And you're still using fuel. You know, it's time out your day. You've got to figure out whether it's worth it for you to put that in your day. It might be that, you know, if you're just starting out, you might want to consider charging £80-90 for a job like that. But if you don't necessarily need the work and it's just like a little job that's come in that someone wants you to just quickly wash their path, I think it's quite important to have a minimum charge just to make it worth your time. How long do you think that roof cleaning job will take you? Yeah, I'd say a day and a half maybe, with two of us. I have a 16.5 litre per minute. Is a twin turbo nozzle worth it? Yeah, you can put a twin turbo nozzle on anything. You've just got to spec it properly. You've just got to make sure you've got the correct size jets. Let's go turbo nozzles, twin turbo. These are specifically roof turbo nozzles. I know sometimes you can get the Lances. I think AC pressure washers, or did PWS sell them? Bear with me. These are all designed for roof cleaning by the looks of it. But yeah, so you just split the nozzle size in half. So say you're for 16 litre per minute. Oh, I don't know. 16 litres per minute. I don't know how much bar you're putting out, but say it's 200 bar, 16 litres per minute. Gives you an 050. So instead of doing an 050 nozzle, you'd split it in half and get two 025s, which isn't an option on this one, unfortunately. But yeah, you can do it. You just got to get smaller turbo nozzles. You can't just get one big one. You need two small ones. Not that the size of the turbo nozzle is different. It's just the orifice that the water comes out of that's slightly different. Imagine not bringing a video out on a Monday. Can I complain to the manager? Yeah, I've just been. I thought I was in quite a creative space this weekend and like this morning where I felt like I could put a video together from, because I hadn't filmed anything this week, but I thought I've got loads of footage on my storage that I can put some clips together. There's things that I do want to talk about that I want to put videos out for, but they're all sort of incomplete and unfinished ideas, or incomplete videos that have no ending, have no resolution. I've got a really cool one that I'll show you a little snippet of it now. Got a whole folder called unused footage. So is this one from my latest Moser advert that I just thought I'd use for the beginning of the reel, because it was like quite a satisfying clip that I thought would be useful. So this is my mum's dog walker's patio, and there's like a beautiful blue Indian sandstone patio just behind the camera that I'm going to wash in a minute. So I was going to make a video with all this footage today as well, just doing like a voiceover, just talking about some things that have been on my mind. But there's no ending to the video. I keep forgetting when I'm doing all these, when I'm doing videos where I'm not sort of necessarily walking around talking, and it's just time-lapse footage, I keep forgetting to record an ending on site. I could record one after the fact, but it just wouldn't be very coherent. And so now I'm stuck with all this footage, and I feel like I can't make a video with it because there's no like walk around at the end. So I'm very frustrated with stuff like this. I've got loads of footage like this. It's a really good patio to clean as well. It's like and I've done a video on this particular patio before. I think I did a reel last time, like a 60-second short last time. But this one's like a full time lapse of the whole process. And I just forgot to record an ending. The world is full of deception. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the surface cleaners? 16-inch or 18-inch for a 15 litre per minute machine. I'd say you get away with an 18-inch. Yeah. I've used an 18-inch. But just keep in mind, you're going to mainly want to use it for patios and stuff. Darren at PWS says 1 inch for every litres per minute. So really it wants to be 15 or 16 inch, but I've got experience using an 18 inch and it was fine. 100% agree with you. I thought I was going mad, so I called Mossmatic. So I called Mossmatic to see what they thought, and they agreed that they're not designed for it. But for surface cleaners on block paving. Have you tried lowering the jets? Yes. Maybe I need to lower it a bit more. Could spend 5 or 10 minutes at the start taking the weeds and most of the moss by hand. But then what's the point? I can do it with the turbo nozzle in less time, you know what I mean? Are we talking about surface cleaners? Okay. How do you soft wash houses with what chemical? We don't generally soft wash houses in the UK. If you're talking about like cladding and siding and stuff, we don't do it like the Americans do, where they just sort of spray hypo everywhere. It's not really the thing. It's not really the done thing in the UK. You just got to believe. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe my head's in the wrong place to use surface cleaners on block paving. Maybe I just need to believe and just trust the process and trust that it's going to work, and then it will eventually work. I did block paving the other week, used a surface cleaner, went diagonal in both directions, following the lines of the paving, not in the direction of the drive. This gives me the best results. Really? So it depends on which direction you're going. So diagonal with the blocks, or so diagonal with the joints, or diagonal against the blocks. That's quite hard to explain, actually, isn't it? Sam says, I'm with you, Jake. Turbo nozzle the whole area first. I'd rather have a quality finish over saving time. Yeah, I'd rather not have to go back over it, hoping that I'm catching all the weeds with the turbo nozzle after the fact. Because then inevitably you'll come back to resand on a dry day and you'll see a couple of weeds that you've missed, and that's heartbreaking. And I'd feel like I'd have to wash the whole area again because I've done a terrible job. You know what I mean? And if the customer spots a weed or a bit of moss that I've missed, I haven't done my job. You know what I mean? Have you tried a twin turbo nozzle on block paving? I found it to work well and gave a wider cleaning area and sped up the cleaning. No, babe, maybe that's the next purchase. I'd be quite interested to try a twin turbo. Although that's like, I think the twin turbo only has its place if you've got good water pressure at the property. Because if I'm putting down virtually double the water that I'd use with one turbo, which is what I'd want to do, I'd want to spec it so that the nozzle orifice is like, they're both as big as they can possibly be for my machine. I'd have to have good water pressure at the property. So this is the final bit of the video. I think I put some hypo down now. And then this is the last clip I've got. I don't have like a walk around clip. So now I can't use all of this footage because I've got no resolution at the end. You know what I mean? Very frustrating. The direction of the travel allows the jets to hit the gaps more effectively than just pass over a small gap. I don't know if this makes sense. I can give you a picture in DMs. It does make sense. I know exactly what you're saying. I just don't know which direction specifically you're talking about. I just don't get why anyone would want frontages. Just looks really weird to me. Oh, those were all council houses. It's in a area called Batchley in my town. And they're all council houses. Every house along that row is like that. Virtually every house, many houses in that area. What size scaffold would you need for that roof? Just the stairs look quite steep, and it looks like it'll be difficult to see. The scaffold will fit in nicely. So that patio is actually fairly wide at the bottom. It will fit in there quite nicely. I think it's a 6.4 meter scaffold tower from my local hire place. Jake, I came in at exactly $12.75 with biocide, as you said. There you go. They said it was more dear than they thought. Well, I mean, you get what you pay for, didn't you? I suppose. And if you're producing good results, and the fact that you've got the initiative to use the biocide in the first place, how many other people providing a pressure washing service in your area are using biocide, really? I drove past a property on the way to picking Maya up earlier today, and I remember seeing the guy. He had a decent setup in his van. I remember seeing him pressure washing this massive block paved drive, very steep. It comes down to the road. And he's left a bunch of sand at the bottom of the drive on the road. And he's not been back to resand it. It's been about a month and he's not resanded it. And so I'm just thinking, like, some people aren't even going back to resand block paving. So you've got to be very aware of the level of service that you're offering compared to other people in your area. If you're offering chemical treatments, most people aren't offering the chemical treatment because they don't know it really exists. All the extra things like washing down, clearing out the gullies, cleaning the windows after the job, moving the furniture, moving pots, chemical treatments, maintenance plans afterwards. Like, how many people are doing all that sort of stuff? Probably not many. That's why you get to charge the prices that you're charging. Brad, welcome, mate. Hey, first time chatting, but I have watched most of your videos. I've seen a post on Facebook groups about surface cleaners. They attached a larger high pressure line to the surface cleaner from the handle to the rails alongside the original one and swapped between the two. Are you talking about the one that's got the rinse bar on the front? Like the one that Equip to Clean sell? I can't find it. Come on. Can you see it? Look at that. That's cool. That's very cool. I'd like to use that on, like... See, the stuff like this, I'd just like to borrow for a day. And just like on a big commercial job, cleaning tarmac or something, go over the whole area with the flat surface cleaner, and then at the end just all the water in one direction, all the I mean, how much flow do you need to produce good pressure out of seven jets? Does it say? Don't think it says. That's a cool item. This is the one I was thinking about. Is this the one you're talking about? It's got two hoses. This particular one's got two triggers. So depending on which one you press, one of them will operate the surface cleaner, and the other one will operate the jets at the front. I tested this on their little demo day that they had a couple of years ago. You can't use both at the same time, or I couldn't on their 15 litre per minute machine. It's sort of pointless. You wouldn't want to use both at the same time. You'd want to use the surface cleaner going. You'd probably want to use the surface cleaner coming backwards, and then use the power broom on the front going forwards to get rid of all that muck that you've just cleaned, and then repeat, like sort of go sideways, repeating like that. If you were using both at the same time, you're going to get a massive reduction in flow on both of them. I do think this product has its place. I think it's quite a cool idea. Yeah, I don't think you'd need to press them both at the same time anyway, but it would be handy having a rinse bar on the same device rather than on the same piece of equipment, rather than having to switch over to something else to rinse. You're still going to have to use like a lance to rinse windows and gutters and stuff like that, but I think it could be very useful. Evening, Darren. How you doing, mate? Howdy, Prompt Peak. Funny, these rich folk probably wanted $1,000 a day. When we asked for 300 quid a day, they can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, some of them, I haven't. I thought in the early days I'd noticed a correlation between rich people being tight and sort of less well-off people being more generous with tips and stuff like that. But actually, the longer I've been doing this, It just depends on the person. It doesn't matter how much money they've got. It just depends on their character. The poster claims he can now use the full potential flow rate through it when needed. I have no idea if it's actually effective. Brad, I don't think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about... Are you talking about Ricky Bedding? Ricky Banjo? At Bournemouth. Jet washing. Oh my god, that scared me. Martin, welcome. Because he posted a video where he said he had 2 unloader valves that he swaps between them. This isn't the video.
This controls the soft wash pump. And all these switches are here, so we've got the compressor, the soft wash pump, the battery charger, and the booster pump, which I'll show you in a minute. That's the compressor.
This bit.
As you can see, I've got 2 unloaders on here. The first one is a 3/8 unloader, which I use for everyday sort of stuff. If I'm doing more than, if I need more power or more flow, I'll switch over to the 1/2 inch.
Is that what you meant? He's got 2 different unloaders. One's a 3/8 and one's a 1/2 inch. I have no idea how that's set up. That sounds crazy. But it's clearly effective. It gives him more power, I suppose. I mean, to know that you get like a difference in power, depending on which size unloader that you use, and I guess which size hose feeds into your... I wouldn't even know how that's plumbed up. That's crazy, to be fair. Is that the chap you're talking about? But you specifically mentioned a surface cleaner, so I'm not sure. Is the dual turbo worth it in terms of cutting down time? We'll have to ask. We'll have to ask. Let me text him, actually. Let's ask. HK pressure washing. Because he's got one. HK. I thought I had him on WhatsApp. Instagram? HK. Yeah, mate. Do you rate the twin turbo on block paving? Does it speed up the clean? Does it speed up the clean? Doing some research on the live stream. See what he says. Evening, Darren. What is the camera setup you use? So at the moment I'm using a DJI Action 4. You can get it from Argos. I've got the one with the triple battery, although I've just found that my power bank I've got a little power bank. What I want to do, the goal is, oh, I didn't know they had that little mount. Look at that little mount for the backpack. That's what I need. That's exactly what I need. Ooh. I'd love to be able to live stream while I'm on the job. It might make for potentially very boring content, but it might not. It might be super cool. And I've realised that I can get a 500 milliamp hour power bank. And I can take the battery out of my camera and plug this in, and it will charge and record at the same time. And it does live streaming. So as long as I've got a good enough internet connection from my phone, I can do it. But chances of me being able to live stream for like most of the day and not drop out, it's pretty slim, to be honest. I already tried live streaming with it. I actually tried on that job that I pulled up, that patio, that blue patio that I did, and I couldn't get the live streaming function to work. It just said I was live, but I wasn't live on YouTube. Really annoying. Just jumped back in, and all I heard was Jake has good experience with 18-inch. Craig, you're contributing nothing but naughtiness. Switch the jets on your surface cleaner to turbo nozzles. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I know it's been done before. Not very effective. It can introduce lots of physics problems. So I've heard. These unused... Oh my gosh. Damn the pressure washer. Welcome, mate. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thanks very much. Very kind of you. We've got a couple new members tonight, haven't we? Look at this. The cult is expanding. These unused footage videos, you can build a series, have studio intro and cut these vids. And cut to these vids. Have studio intro and cut to these vids. What do you mean? What does that mean? So you can use them to talk about aspects or voiceover tips about different jobs. Get pennies for pixels, not doing anything. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I need a premise to talk about first. There's lots of ideas floating around in my head, and I can sit in front of the camera and talk and explain my ideas. And then I like the idea of just dropping some of that footage in just to show what I'm talking about. I just need to get my ideas coherent first and find like a good way of explaining them. I don't want to put out half-assed videos. That's why I've been sitting on this one. If I was to put it out and it wasn't fully researched or fully done or fully coherent in my head and I'm not explaining it very well, I'd rather just not put the video out. I'd rather sit on it for another week or two or do something else. You know what I mean? Currently using a watering can to apply hypo, wanting to purchase something to speed up the process. Out of all the options available, would you say the XJet is the quickest? On a big area, yes. On a medium to small size patio or block paved area, a watering can is absolutely fine. I was actually watching some of Bournemouth jet washing's videos. Well, I watched one video earlier. And he uses a watering can. And considering how long he's been doing this for, and clearly how professional he is. I'm trying to find the video that I watched. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. So it looks like he's using like an XJet on this big. But you'll often see him using a watering can. The secret to cleaning slippery decking. He's using a surface cleaner on decking there. That's interesting. I'm guessing he's going with the grain. I'd really like to get like a good answer on whether it's okay to clean decking with a surface cleaner. Look, he's doing it. He's doing it. I can see a swirl there. I can see a couple of swirls. I think it's more obvious when it's dry. It makes me nervous when he's going back and forward like that. Because at some point you're not going with the grain. At some point you've got to come down onto the next row and go across. And on those edges you'll probably find there's lines. Swear someone just shouted Jake. What's he putting on it afterwards? Is he doing a chemical treatment? He's rinsing. He's rinsing all that green. So, I mean, I can't see any streaks. Apart from these swirls here. I can't see anything crazy. So he's using a watering can there, look. Is he using hypo? Looks like he probably is. Leaf blower. Get rid of the standing water. More hypo. Potentially. We don't know. See, a professional that's been in the game years and years and years is still using a watering can on some of these smaller jobs. So, is he brushing it in, or is he using the leaf blower to spread the hypo around instead of a brush? He's unlocked the lazy man's way. I used a leaf blower the other day for although I think in this after picture you can see where he's gone with the hypo. You can see the lines there, look, where it's not been like brushed in. Not sure about that. Let me just send a video to the chat. Oh, Rich said he'll jump on that roof job with me. I used my leaf blower the other day to clear some hypo bubbles, and it actually worked really well. I'm going to put it in the chat now so I can pull it up. Also, my machine is playing up. It's not. One of the hoses has burst and it's pissing water all into the back of the van. So I've got to go to pressure washer sales and service in the morning to get a new whip hose, which I'll show you in just a sec. Have a look at this. So you know at the end of the job, when you've rinsed down all the hypo, but there's still some bubbles, and you've spent ages rinsing and there's still bubbles, but you want to take them before and after pictures. Look at that dog, insane. Hated me, absolutely hated me. This dog did. Just use the leaf blower to clear the bubbles away. It's so effective. I've done it before, but I forgot that I did it, and then I thought, I can just get the leaf blower on it, and it was so good. This is the hose that split. A tail hose. I think it's called a whip hose, and it goes from my pump. It's split today. It's been vibrating, and it's put a hole in it, and it goes under here, through the bottom of the reel, goes round inside the reel, and then into the back of here. Such an annoying hose to replace. I'm using at the moment that I found on Amazon, and I've had like 3 of these and they've all split. So I wondered if you had a better one. Thank you. It's that is such an annoying hose to replace. I think last time I had to I had to pull out all the hose from that hose reel, 40 meters of it, just to be able to replace that little whip hose. It's very, very frustrating. When you haven't really got the tools to do it, I didn't have any sockets that were the perfect size for that. Oh, yeah, annoying. Let's get back to some of your questions. But yeah, going back to you, Thompson, if you're washing big areas regularly, then yes, I'd absolutely recommend an XJet. But it depends how often you get those big jobs, you know what I mean? I've seen the undercar ones used upside down. Oh, sorry, the undercar surface cleaners used upside down for like rinsing the bottom of the cars, like off-roaders and stuff. Yeah, I've seen those. Steve, welcome, mate. How you doing? Ray, welcome. Quoted a job today with advice from Jake and got the job. Did you? Which one was it again? I can't remember. It was in the Discord, wasn't it? I can't remember. It was a block paved drive. Oh, it was that big old block paved drive, wasn't it? This one. Huge. 300 odd square meters. Super mossy. Did they go for it then? Well done, mate. Well done. There is a huge delay for my messages for some reason. The high pressure line on the surface cleaner, he replaced the original for a wider diameter hose for better flow rate. I see. There's probably no delay. Your message is probably coming through straight away because I'm in low latency mode, so your message will appear straight away. But it takes me a long time to get through everyone's comments, and I'm trying to hit everyone's comment. So when you post a new one, I've still got like another 10 or 15 to read before I get down to yours. So it's not on your end, it's just me being slow replying to people. I see what you're saying. So the standard surface cleaner hose, so say for example I buy the Equip to Clean one, which I did, which Richard has just bought as well. It's an 18-inch surface cleaner. This one. So you're saying you saw on Facebook someone replaced this hose for a bigger one, and that increased the flow. I wonder how. I wonder if that's true. Whether it did actually increase the flow, because you've got so many restrictions leading up to this hose and after the hose, that would that really make that much of a difference? And how are they measuring it? Are they just saying I've replaced it and it seems to work better, or have they actually like properly measured it? Because you're still potentially using the same trigger, which is a restriction. You're still using potentially the same fitting going into the bearings, which is a restriction, and it's potentially still coming out of the same size jets as before. So how much extra flow are you actually going to get from this hose? You know what I mean? It's interesting. It's definitely something to consider. The more things you can increase the size of in the run up until you're putting that water down onto the ground, the more things you can increase up to that point, the better. Looks like my neighbours set up that dual thing. It's what got me into this game. Really? What if twin turbo split orifice type to maintain power? What if twin turbo split orifice type to maintain power? What are you talking about, Prompt Peak? Are you talking about like a... I don't know what you mean. Sorry, mate. I think we were probably talking about something earlier, and I've only just got to your message. Exactly that, Jake. I worked in a shithole, and the neighbours bought me drinks. Everyone got on. Real sense of community. I don't know what you were talking about either. I'm sorry. I'm lost. I can't remember what we were talking about like 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Dan, thank you so much, mate. Great content. Thank you. Evening, Steve-O. A question away from pressure washing or the job for a minute. I used to live stream games on a small scale, so just wondering what your computer streaming setup and which version of OBS you use. I use Streamlabs OBS. I think I'm streaming at 30 FPS, 1080p. I've not got a capture card or anything. I'm just using a laptop. You can see my laptop here. A laptop, a second screen, a camera hooked up to OBS. Bitrate's about 3,500, I think. Just streaming directly from OBS to YouTube. Very simple setup. I'm not doing anything crazy. Had you not started repointing patios, I wouldn't have, I firmly believe. Done one this weekend. Now from those pictures I have 3 people wanting quotes. So thanks. That's awesome, Michael. Have you got any pictures that we can look at? I'm sure you've probably already put them in the Discord, but I've probably, it'll probably take me a while to find them. That's awesome. And this is the power of before and after photos. Once you've done a job like a roof clean or like a render clean or something, and you post those images, or you have them in your arsenal to send to customers that come to you saying, do you offer this service? You can say, yes, look, I did this one last week, or I did this one this year. And they've got the confidence then that you know how to do that job. And there was, I quoted last year before Christmas, I did a gutter clear, and this week or last week I posted those pictures of the solar panels that I cleaned, and this lady hadn't been in contact for like over 6 months, and after I posted those solar panel pictures, she said, I'd like to go ahead with that quote that you did over 6 months ago for all the block paving around the property, 350 quid's worth of block paving. She said, I'd like to go ahead with that, and I'd like you to wash the 2 solar panels that are on the roof. Can you price those up as well? So if I hadn't have posted those solar panel pictures, she would have forgot. She probably wouldn't have got back to me at all. But because they prompted her to think, oh, I've got solar panels, I could do with them being cleaned, and he's already quoted me for the block paving, I'll get the lot done. You know what I mean? That's why you've got to stay active on wherever you're marketing. I don't necessarily market, I don't advertise, but I'm posting all my before and after pictures on Instagram and Facebook. If you're doing maybe your Google profile, or if you're doing, I think we were talking about checker trade, you've got to maintain them. You've got to keep posting content to them to keep them active, so that they don't fall below what everyone else is doing. It keeps people thinking about, it keeps people aware of your service that you're offering. You can't just post a couple of pictures every 2 or 3 months. It's not how marketing works. But congratulations, Michael. It will be in your history. How do I join the Discord? Dan, I think you joined, I'm very sorry, mate, I think you joined as a support member, and the Discord is for circle members and above. It should be quite clear in the perks when you sign up what you get for signing up. I'm sorry, mate. A siphon. Using a siphon to fill up petrol or transfer chemicals. Planning on one for the cheap soap foamer, as it's difficult to get chemicals into the siphon. Yeah, I think Squeaky Clean Dave uses something like that for his fuel. Swell marks come off with hypo. Swell marks? What are you talking about, swell marks, LC exterior? What does that mean? I definitely would not use a surface cleaner on decking. It's hard enough to clean with the fan jet and not get lines. Yeah, I mean, if you go with the grain of the decking, if you go in the direction, it's perfectly fine. It's when you go against the grain. And when you get to the end of a panel and then move down, you'll get tram lines on the way down. But as long as you're moving in the direction with the decking and you've got the appropriate jets on your surface cleaner, you can actually do it. I've done it many times. I've done it 3 times. And it's worked fine every time. It's only when I went in the opposite direction that I caused streaks. Is he not the racist, allegedly? He put some very we're talking about Bournemouth jet washing. He put some very questionable... They weren't questionable. They were outright racist comments on Facebook, yeah. Yeah, he did. That was a very strange, unprompted post that he made. I think a lot of people lost respect for him that day. I don't know, including me. Watering can for hypo, you really need the right the right rose end. You really need the right rose on the end. Is that what it's called? A watering can rose? I can vouch for that, yeah, because I tried to use a watering can once and everything came out the end all at once, and it was... That's what you need. Look at... That's what you need? You can get different sizes. It's brilliant. Oh, you can change it. That's fantastic. You should get that. But does that only work with a certain... Is it universal? The other thing about using a watering can and using like a water-fed pole or an applicator nozzle or something like that is you won't get that lovely foaminess that you get with the X-Jet. The X-Jet actually foams it as it's going through. Whereas if you're just pouring it out of something, even if you've got surfactant in it, it's not going to foam until you brush it with a soft brush. And you want a soft brush, not a hard brush. If you've got a stiff bristle brush, it's gonna... You can agitate it, but you're going to get too much sort of chemical passing through between the bristles. Whereas if you get a soft bristle brush, you can actually pick up a lot more chemical and move it around, and it will help it foam. I tried it. 5 litres came out in seconds. Binned it, bucket and brush all day long. Yeah, it very much does depend on the end of your watering can. You're absolutely right. And you don't want a metal one, you want a plastic one. If you're using metal, it's going to rust very, very quickly if you're using hypo. Interesting one the other day. I got asked if I can clean a swimming pool. That's amazing. I said I'd go back to them this week. Not a chance of it without spending thousands, I don't think. Why? What do you mean? Can you not just empty it with a pump? With a... Why do you need to spend thousands just to clean a swimming pool? I would have thought you could just drop in a pump to remove any water from the bottom of the pool, and then just go around the inside with a fan nozzle. I definitely prefer using a watering can for hypo, but I find that on block paving it often disappears down the cracks before I can scrub it. Yeah, and that's where the X-Jet comes in. Or that's where a water-fed pole with a brush on the end would come in, so you can sort of brush it as it's going down. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be difficult with a watering can on block paving. Holly boy LRS for the pool work. Yeah, yeah. Watch some of Pool Guy's videos. Bucket and brush, not a watering can and a brush, says Steve. Struggling with an oil stain on red block paving. Use Screwfix heavy Used Screwfix heavy duty degreaser, but there's still a mark. So for that, you'll want the much more concentrated Oil Clear Pro from Pure Seal. So this one's designed to get rid of that last bit of shadowing. You only get a litre of it. But this can stay down. You can leave it like overnight and stuff. You don't have to wash it off straight away. So they say to generally use something like Synergy Pro or some sort of degreaser first to get rid of the majority of it, and then put this on afterwards to get rid of any shadowing that's left over. I've got some in the shed actually. I used it on some grease stains from an outdoor chef was cooking on a patio, and he left some grease stains on some Indian sandstone, and it worked really well. You just got to be really patient with it. You got to put it down and leave it for like a couple of hours. I think it said don't allow it to dry out, but then it also said you can leave it overnight for really bad stains, but then it's going to dry out. So I don't know. I might have read it wrong. I'm not sure. Uploaded the photos in the Discord of the repointing patio. I don't see it. Was it in the photos section? I don't see it, mate. Can you like re-upload them somewhere? Any advice? Oh yeah, we've just gone over that one. Link it in Discord now. What are you talking about? Oh, Dan's upgraded to Circle member. Thank you, Dan. Sorry about that confusion. I'm pretty sure it says it in the tiers when you click on the membership as to what you can expect to get from the membership. Sorry if that was unclear. Can I use a hose lock to connect the mains to my 4000 psi pressure washer? If not, what are your suggestions? But I'm just starting my business. The 4000 psi pressure washer, which one were you looking at again? Was it like the JCB or the Hyundai one? Generally, with anything around about 15 litres per minute upwards, you're probably going to want a buffer tank in between. If you just type in buffer tank into Google, you'll find one, or you can watch my video that I made a while back. This video here, DIY £89 pressure washer buffer tank. Oh, it's the JCB, yeah. So if it, oh, you haven't got a van. I mean, you can run it from a customer's tap. It should come with the fitting to plug any hose straight into the tap. What you'll probably want to do, if you these adverts, man, if you can't fit a buffer tank in your car, so this is the optimum setup, is to try and sort out one of these tanks. And you can see exactly how I made it if you watch this video. Pamper adverts, I know. Jake, you're not telling us something. No. So if you can't get hold of one of these, or if you haven't got the space or the room in the van, you probably still want to go for a hose instead of just a 1/2 inch garden hose or a 12.5, 13mm garden hose, you want to increase your flow as much as possible by getting a 19mm garden hose instead of a 13mm. So it's literally just a slight difference with the size of the hose, but it's going to potentially massively increase your flow. So ordinarily, if you were to get, 13.5 litres per minute from the customer's tap with a standard 13mm garden hose, you might find that you can achieve 15 litres per minute from the customer's tap if you just increase the size of that hose. Something like this. This is especially apparent when you're filling up a buffer tank. You can really see the difference between how quickly it fills up and how often you have to stop to wait for it to refill. So that'll increase your chances. But yeah, the machine, the JCB, should come with the appropriate tap. Yeah, it's got the end that you just stick into the hose. Look, so you just put a garden hose onto that. The other thing you can do, if you're not sure if you're getting 15 litres per minute from the customer's tap, you can either turn the revs down or turn the unloader valve down. So this is the can't find a good picture of it. So this is the unloader valve on the top. This little plastic nozzle thing that you turn. So that will decrease the pressure, but you can also decrease the flow with the revs. So turning either of these down, you're going to be putting out less water, which means your pump requires less water from the customer's tap. And the way you can measure how much water the customer's tap is giving you is with something like this. It's just a digital liters per minute gauge, and you stick this on the customer's tap, on the outdoor tap, or on your hose reel somewhere. You just screw it in, and this will tell you exactly how many litres per minute you're getting through your hose. And then you can determine whether you need to turn your machine down slightly so that you're not starving your machine of water. Because it's not going to be good for it. If you've got your machine turned all the way up, unloader valve turned all the way up, revs turned all the way up, you're probably going to find you're getting lots of vibration. If you're not feeding it enough water from the customer's tap, you're going to introduce vibration, and you're probably going to increase the wear on your pump. If it's sucking in air, it probably won't suck in air. What would it do? What would it do if you're starving it of water, but there's nowhere for air to creep in? You know what I mean? Does anyone know what that would do? B&Q are selling the JCB setup. Cavitations in the pump. What does that mean? Because it can't introduce air if everything's totally airtight. But if it's not pulling enough water, what is it pulling? Or is it just slowing the pump down? It's an interesting question. We might have to ask Darren about that one. Let's go back up slightly. I use a large painter's bucket, which is rectangular, and a brush for putting on hypo down in a small area. That's a good idea. A rectangular bucket. Or you could get like an Unger, like a window cleaning bucket. Something like that to dip the brush in. That's better than a round bucket. That's a really good idea, actually. Decking question. I've got a small deck with old paint. You've got a small what? Sorry. I was going to jet wash it off, then apply paint stripper and then jet wash that off. Or do you reckon paint strip first, then jet wash it off instead? Can you, we had this question a while back. Can you actually paint strip wood I would probably try and get the majority off with the pressure washer first. Depends on how flaky it is. I'd say you want to get as much off as you can with the pressure washer and then put the paint stripper on. Any paint stripping job could potentially turn into a nightmare. So just probably think about the time it's going to take you to do it and then double it, because you're probably going to be there a lot longer than you expect. Price it well, or just treat it as an experience and price it normally, and just, because the results could be incredible, couldn't they? If you got amazing results, if you managed to get all the paint off the decking and totally restore the deck, that could be incredible before and after pictures for you. So it might be worth just doing the job anyway, regardless of the money. It might just be great for your portfolio and just a great experience. Yeah, I can't say that I've got any experience in that, but the person to ask would be, is it Steve Shire? Is that his name? I can't remember. He messaged me the other day. Let me see if I can find, because he's like the decking guru that I should probably get on this podcast live stream. Steve, I think it's Steve Shires. HK Jet Washing says, yes bro, twin turbo I've used ages now, no way. I've used ages now, way quicker, would be lost without it. Possibly the best purchase I've made. There you go, twin turbo. Possibly the best purchase HK Jet Washing has made. Steve Shires, I'm sure that's his name. I think I need another wee. Yes, it's Steve Shires. Probably don't bombard him with questions if anyone's got questions about decking. But he's been very helpful in some of the Facebook pages when people have got questions about cleaning wood. I think he advises, like, just don't use hypo. Don't use hypo on any wood generally. But he's kind of the master of cleaning wood. I'm not sure if he's affiliated with Pure Seal. I think he does do a lot of work with Deck Clean Pro potentially. Look at that. And he sands them all down as well afterwards. He cleans them and sands them. Yeah, I don't want people to go and bombard him with questions, but I think it's good to know if you do ever get super stuck and you need to reach out to someone, this is probably the guy to ask. I don't know what his business page is called. Here's a bit of paint stripping, look. Well, stain. He stripped the stain. Stripped, sanded, 2 coats of pure clear to keep the wood as natural as possible. And Deck Shield Pro from Pure Seal. Look at that. That's incredible, isn't it? I love the look of natural wood that's been like stained with like a nice light stain. Like a clear stain. I think it looks beautiful. He's got this machine, look, that he uses to sand. I don't know how it works. Or is that just a generator? No, it's a sander. I think. He's got a different one there, look. It's a sander that he runs along the deck. Does that get into all the little crevices, do you think? Look at that. What a huge deck. This guy has got a huge deck. The one's gone crazy with the turbo nozzle up the wall though. What have they done there? Oh dear. That looks like they've used a little flat surface cleaner. Oh no, it is a turbo because it's different sizes all over. Someone's used a turbo on what looks like render, potentially. Oh dear. But the deck looks incredible. Wizard of Wood. That's what they used to call me in school. Professional way to sand a deck. No. I guess that's his business, deck clean. See, this is what I mean about... I was speaking last week, that's incredible. I was speaking last week about pointing your business in a very specific direction to offer one specific service, and I think people do really well from it. So I was saying about how I'd potentially quite like to look at full-on patio restoration with like traditional pointing rather than using the resin stuff, rather than using brushing jointing compound. Now that I know how to clean, chemically treat, repoint and seal like natural stone patios and stuff, I could angle the business to just do that mainly, because there's potentially a hell of a lot of money to be made. I mean, how often do you go and visit a patio that clearly needs repointing? And to get it done traditionally with the proper sand and cement mix is very, very expensive. And even knowing how to relay a patio that's wobbly and stuff, like, I think that a full patio restoration service is in demand. And if you aim your business very specifically towards that, I mean, it's a horrible job. I don't think anyone wants to do it. It's graft. Grinding out all the joints and you know, redoing it all properly. But we've got another guy on YouTube that does soft washing, soft wash. He's like the soft wash guy or something. And his whole channel is, yeah, the soft wash guy, there we go. His whole channel is just basically cleaning render. And that's his whole business. So the fact that you can run a full-time business only offering render cleaning as a service, you can do anything, can't you? Like, this field of external cleaning, you can go in any direction you want to go. You could find the work that you enjoy doing the most and just aim everything at that specific service. And it doesn't take a lot of effort. It's just potentially a slight rebrand and just constantly advertise that one service. Take loads of before and after pictures of every job that you do for that one specific service and become that guy or girl. You know what I mean? It's very cool having this sort of freedom. I was talking to Richard about it the other day over, we had a Miller and Carter, we had some lobster tail and steak, and it was amazing. But I was saying, like, but we're fully in control of our own destiny now. Now that we're self-employed, we can go whatever direction we want. We're totally free. And I love that. There's nothing like it. It's in between 60 to 80,000 litres. I wouldn't empty it. Just a lot of... What are you talking about? It's between 60 to 80,000 litres. I wouldn't empty it. Just lots of sodium hypochlorite and then something called flock, which will put all the dirt at the bottom. And then it's a specialist vacuum to take out the grime. I don't know what... Oh, you're talking about the swimming pool. Sorry, the swimming pool. It's something called flock, which will put all the dirt at the bottom. And then it's a specialist vacuum to take out the grime. I think the vacuum's £2,000. You can rent like a pond pump though. Can you not just get a pump? I wouldn't empty it. Just a lot of sodium hypochlorite and then something called flock. Oh, okay. So you don't need to pump out all the water. I've seen what you're talking about. Pool vacuum. Yeah, the pool guy uses it, doesn't he? Is this going to be loud? No. Yeah, so it's one of these little skaters that you run across the bottom of the pool. So are you saying you put a chemical in that makes all the dirt drop to the bottom, and then you just vacuum it up with one of the... Oh, that's satisfying. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. And it looks easy. What an easy job. So that vacuum you're saying is about £2,000. I mean, if you were to offer it as a regular service, like I say, if you were to direct your business to specifically pool cleaning and like the surrounding areas like patios around pools and stuff, you'd have to learn a hell of a lot about how pools work though, because if you get it wrong, you could potentially cause a lot of damage, couldn't you? You know, using the wrong chemicals and stuff. How have I typed in pool vacuum and I'm looking at pianos? I don't like how this search function works on shorts. Look. I didn't know you put a chemical in to make everything drop. That's very cool. Yeah, can you not hire it? You can get cheaper ones and hire the other stuff, but I honestly don't even know if it's worth it. I mean, what sort of money could you charge for doing that sort of job, though? Have you got anyone that you can ask that offers it? That you can just message and say, like, what should I be charging for this? It's quite an annoying question for a lot of people that run a business full time, and someone messages them saying, what do I charge? It is an annoying question for people. So I understand because you're essentially their competition. If they treat you as their competition, then does that separate? Oh look, it's got a filter on the. When he pulled it out of the water, then it looked like it was blowing the water. Oh, I'm not going to be able to fast forward. Can I not fast forward? On the black pole, it looked like it was pushing water out of the pole. So does it suck up water, filter out the grime, and then push the water back into the pool, so you're not just sucking up loads of pool water? Because that'd be very clever if it does that. I might have misseen. I might be misunderstanding how it works, but watch when he pulls it out of the pool. Look at the bottom of this black pole. It's sort of spurting water out. And I wonder if it's filtering out the water. Now. See that bit? I wonder. I might have 70 square meters to grind out if a customer goes for it. Nice. That's a big area. Is that your first one? Prompt Peak. Is that your first grinding job? Because if it is, that's quite a big one. I was not happy with that response. Sorry, Greg. Show my blue bin. My blue bin of justice. I don't think it will render properly on this screen because of the potato that you took the photo with. I don't know if it will work. No worries, Sol. You're very welcome. The engine starves and skips revs, does it? See you later, buddy. I'll listen to you again tomorrow. Take care. Greg, thanks for watching, mate. I'm rubbing off on you, Jake. Stop it. The innuendos, the naughtiness. Oh, it'll pulse. Start a GoFundMe, Jake, to get YouTube Premium. Start a GoFundMe to get Jake YouTube Premium. I definitely don't need a GoFundMe. I don't want to spend my money on YouTube Premium. I don't want to sign up for like another subscription that I'm going to use. I'm going to make use of once a week. Because I've got 2 channels as well. I've got one channel that I use for my personal stuff, where I watch all my car videos and my BMXing and stuff. And then this channel that I use for my pressure washing content. So I'd have to buy it twice to actually make it worthwhile. Cavitations are caused by creating low pressure. Presumably that equals bad news. Can a 19mm hose still connect with standard hose lock fittings? If you jam it in, it can, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'd recommend trying to find some 19mm hose fittings. And if you call Pressure Washer Sales and Service in Evesham, they'll supply you with all the big boy proper fittings. They do all the nice stuff. As do PWS. caused by insufficient water suction. Told you the twin turbo for block paving. Yeah, that might be my next purchase, but again, I'm tight. Jake could go premium with all of Circle members. I absolutely could. I've got enough money to buy YouTube Premium. It's not that I don't have the funds. It's that I'm very tight and I don't want to subscribe to another service. You know what I mean? I have a plastic deck. My missus sits on it in the summer. Have you seen that video? Have you seen the... Sometimes my neighbours come over and sit on my dick. Rebrand Washi's Sexterior Cleaning. I don't think anyone wants to see that, Craig. I've seen your videos when you're in the clubs dancing, not knowing the words to the songs. I don't think anyone needs to see that when you're got no clothes on. I had a little investigation. For 72 meters squared, you can charge between 600... Sorry, 72 meters... Is that cubed? What's meters 3 instead of meters 2? Is that cubed? You can charge between 600 to £1,000. It's very satisfying. The black pole is like the mudsucker, I think, where it redirects the water. Oh, okay. Oh, it's all just pumped to the waste. I suppose it depends which one you go for. Oh, it's your second one. Any sales tips for a new business in London? In terms of, are you talking about marketing or actually selling face to face once you get in front of the customer? Or do you mean before that? Do you mean like advertising your services? Tracy, welcome. How you doing? Where is this conversation is going into the gutter? Have I told you guys about the machine that I've ordered from these guys? I've actually ordered it. Very excited. We're probably going to focus on door-to-door first. I guess it's just doing your research, particularly on which sort of surfaces you'd use, sort of your process for each service or each surface. TJ, welcome. So you've got to be prepared for the customer asking you questions like, what are you going to do about this, or how are you going to clean this, how do you plan on doing this, what are you going to use, any chemicals, that sort of thing. So if you can get clued up on... Most of that comes with experience, so it's very difficult. But selling door-to-door, I suppose, first of all, you just got to be presentable, fairly confident, not too pushy. I don't know, I've never done it. I've never knocked on someone's door and said, hi, I do this, do you want this? So that's a difficult question for me to answer. Is there anyone else in the chat that can help Sol on selling a service door-to-door? I've got 3 videos on my GoPro, but MacBooks are so bad I can't download them because of storage issues. Have you gone Steam? No, I haven't. No, I've not got a boiler. Nope. Storage issues. I mean, you've got too much. You've not got enough space on your Mac. Get an external. I put all my stuff on an external hard drive. I'm canvassing all day tomorrow, really. I found a website earlier. I didn't find it. It was sort of advertised to me on Instagram. And I was just curious. I basically given it my 3.5 hour live stream from last week, and it's generated clips from the live stream. Not that the live streams are like viral. They're not suitable for like viral content. Some of my videos might be, but it's taken clips from my videos. It's called Opus, and it's cropped in on me, so the AI knows that it's got to zoom in on me specifically, and it's also taken parts of the video and sort of brought them up next to my face, so you can see what I'm talking about, and then it's put captions over the top as well. And it's generated like these 30 to 60 second clips, and it's given it an appealing title and let me know how likely it is to go viral, which is crazy. In tower and scrape it with a long extendable pole with a scraper kit on it, like the ones that good to vacuum systems sell. So this isn't viral content, I know, but it's very clever that it's able to do this. You're probably going to be spending much less on maintenance because it's using better parts, as long as you service it well and you're not doing anything stupid with it. And they've got like a packed calendar, so it's not just one little job. You want to get with an established business and just say, I can offer a day's free labour. I just want to see your equipment. And so potentially, if you've got footage or content somewhere on the internet, you can just sort of paste it into one of these and generate clips from it and just use that for like Instagram and stuff. And that could be quite powerful. It seems to do it very well. Have you spoke about the X-Jet alternative from Rutland Pumps? We did. Yeah, we brought it up earlier. Called the Project. I need another wee. I'm going to get some water as well. I'm going to be back in just a tick. Won't be long. I'm just going to take a short break to talk about Mosier, who have kindly sponsored this video. As some of you guys already know, I like to quote all of my jobs based on a price per square metre for each different surface type. In the beginning, when I was pricing up driveways and patios, I used to just take a tape measure with me. Not only do I think that looks a little bit unprofessional, but I also think it falls apart when you want to measure any kind of curved area without being some sort of maths genius. Then I gradually switched over to Google Earth, but I found myself constantly questioning the accuracy in the measurements. And also, most of the time, the images were too shadowy or blurry to get a decent view of the area. One of my landscaping friends recommended the Mosier 1 to me because he said it's way more accurate than any of those other methods, and it was speeding up the time it was taking him to put these quotes together. The Mosier 1 literally measures down to the millimetre, and you can quickly plot out any shaped driveway, patio, steps, curves, walls. I've not come across one thing that it hasn't tackled yet. It's been a few weeks since Mosier sent this out to me, but in that time it's completely transformed my quoting workflow. You can save multiple measurements to specific project folders, and I've been emailing the PDFs from my phone directly to the customer. You guys know I only work with suppliers who I think are going to benefit my audience, and I couldn't think of a better product to streamline the quoting process. It's so simple to use. If you'd like to try the Mosier 1, head to mosier.co.uk and use my code X8SMELTS to get £20 off your order. Link in the description. 71 square meters.
That's mad.
Sick, innit? It's so accurate, and you can like see it in 3D space as well.
So good.
Look at that. So you can see the fall off. So say if you've got like a driveway that's sloping in, and you're not sure when the water's going to flow.
No way. So it's picked up the steps. It's picked up that little bit. Mate, that is sick.
Fastest weir in the West. Jake, just get a bucket under your desk. Yeah, that might be the next move. Do you remember when I said I was going to get a toilet in my van? I don't know whether I'm desperate enough just yet, but a toilet in the van would be a good move if you have enough space. Did my round today. Normally I drive back and do it in one day. Booked into a Premier Inn, so I'm nearer, and I'm going to wake up and canvass the drive. Canvas, then drive back home. Why are you booking a hotel to go and canvas somewhere? I don't. You're driving out somewhere, booking a hotel, canvassing the area, then driving back. What's the point in doing that? Can you not just canvass your area around your home? iMovie is the issue. I know it's not great, but I'm too tight to spend £30 a month on Vegas or Premiere Pro. Consider DaVinci Resolve. I'm using DaVinci Resolve and it's free. And the 0.18 update or whatever it was has fixed all the issues that I was having with editing. I'm about to try door-to-door knocking, leafleting through the letterbox with no face-to-face chat will yield way less jobs. I think Richard was, my friend Rich was, I think he was knocking on doors. And he got quite a bit of work out of it. But I think he was also just posting leaflets. I'm not sure which one he did better with. What's your new machine? So I've sent them like a brief, these guys, Pressure Washer Sales and Service. I sent them a brief of what I wanted. And I pulled up the best picture I could find was one of AC Pressure Washer's machines. And it was this. I can't remember whether I sent them that one or that one. I'm not really too bothered because I can't tell the difference really. But because I've got a young lad starting with me, I wanted him to have his own machine that was mobile. But then I was thinking, well, what am I going to do about a hose reel? Like I want him to have a hose reel as well. So I thought, what about one of those ones with the reel mounted on top of the frame? And if there's two of us, it's not going to be so bad to pull in and out of the van. So I sent them this photo and I said I'd like an electric start 21200 with the hose reel. I also want a 25 meter 3/4 inch low pressure hose on a reel. I'd like the ST2600 trigger with Q fittings, 2 lances, one like fixed turbo lance, and then another one with just the different fan jets. And I just want like all the big boy nice fittings on it, and a buffer tank as well. Basically, their business starter pack, one of these starter packs. I didn't want the external hose reel, but just because of space. It's basically this business starter pack, but with a bigger machine and a hose reel. Yeah, that's basically what it is. And they're just up the road, so I can go and pick it up and stuff. And they can service it and, you know, warranty, all that sort of stuff. It's all very close. But I also asked, can you, before you put it together, can you powder coat this frame in orange? And they said yes. So the reel's going to be black, which is fine, but the frame is going to be orange. And also the frame for the hose reel, the low pressure hose reel, is going to be orange as well. So very excited for it. And if Jakey isn't watching the live stream, he doesn't know about this, so it might be a nice surprise for him for when he starts. So it's an expensive month, man. I've had to buy new uniform for him and me, because all my t-shirts are covered in bleach and my hats are all faded and stuff. Like you can see, it's not very black. And these have been through the wash as well, so they've gone all flimsy and stuff. So new uniform, new pressure washer. Yeah. Lots of things to pay for this month, but it's all going to be good. The Moja looks good. It does. It does. It works well. 19mm hose from desk to toilet. Toilet PC chair. Why are you trying to get work in Cardiff? Do you do one-to-one calls? Me, like if you want to jump on a call with me, I sometimes jump in the Discord, in the chat. So in the Discord here, we've got a chat section where you can join me. How do I get out? So some evenings, if I'm sat at my computer, people can chat to me one-to-one. I was also considering offering it as a service. So every week or two, I put up some calendars. So I put aside half an hour or an hour slot where people can sort of pay to just fire as many questions as possible at me, and I can sit and talk to them one-to-one. But I don't know if I'm equipped to deal with every single question that would come my way. And if I'm charging people money, I'd want to be super educated on each potential subject. And so I don't think I'm that sort of person to be able to do that, but we'll see. If people want it, maybe we'll do it in future. It's just time. I just don't have time at the moment. It's very difficult to sit down and spend an hour with the family, let alone, you know, with followers and stuff. Just use an empty hyper drum. That's not a bad idea, because then it'll sort of disinfect it as it goes in, and not disinfect it, but like sterilize it as it goes into the drum, because it'll mix with the bleach. How much was that with all the extras? Might as well get a van attached to it. I'm not going to talk about price because they've done me a nice deal with it. I'm sure they probably don't want me sharing how much I paid for it. Do you like Minecraft? No, but my son does. This is my son's bedroom. He's got the big poster on the wall, I'm sure you can see. He actually doesn't play it anymore. He plays Roblox exclusively now. That's his go-to game, where he sits and just taps buttons for ages, and he just gets skins, and he gets... It's not gameplay at all. Only smelts. $9.99 per minute. Where'd you get your clothing printed? Orchard Clothing. They've got a new website, and they've got all their workwear on there now. Where's the workwear? Here we go. They've got my bomber jackets here, look. It's not those ones. I've got a black one. Just seeing if they do it in the black. But you can get all these embroidered before they send them out. Very, very good range, to be fair. There's loads on there. Loads of options. I've just ordered some bleach proof, well, almost bleach proof polo tops. Much, much better than the ones that I had before. That's the one I've got. Classic bomber. Very reasonable, I'd say. 40 quid for that. And then you can include the embroidery from 41 quid. I think that's very reasonably priced. How's your cold? I'm much better, thank you. Jake, thanks for the live stream. The Discord voice calls are also quite helpful. Thanks for the tips. Catch you on the Discord. No worries, mate. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. I heard they're hypo safe. Get a nurse's outfit. Oh my god. Only fan nozzles. That's funny. The ceiling problem. The ceiling problem that I've noticed. And Dave showed it in his recent video. If anyone hasn't seen it, go and have a look at this. Dave's first ever ceiling job, and it's a massive one as well. It's crazy. But as he was putting the sealer down, I've had this exact same issue with all of the sprayers. Muley, thank you so much for subscribing. With all, the one thing I noticed is he's got a pressure gauge on his, which is very, very handy. I don't think I've been pumping mine up quite enough. He's pumping his up to 300 bar, I think he said. Is that 300 bar? Well, 30 bar, not 300. I haven't got a pressure gauge on mine, so that'd be very useful. But on the close-ups, you can see when he's spraying it down, it's putting more product out because of it's a fan jet. It's probably like a 25 degree. Yeah, like a 25 degree fan jet. And I found this with every single sprayer that's got a fan jet. It puts out more product on the corners of the jet. So you can see the top and the bottom, he's doing a mist in the middle, and then the top of the bottom look like two pencil jets coming down. So you're getting more on the top of the bottom and not as much in the middle. So it's very, very inconsistent. And I've had this on every sprayer. And I don't know whether it's a flow issue, whether there's too much flow coming out of the nozzle, and so it's sort of piling up in the corners, and it can't all get out in like a proper fan, or whether you need a wider fan, or whether the orifice is too big or too small. I don't know what's going on. Why is this not loading? Can you see what I mean? It's sort of going in lines and streaks, and I have this exact problem. And so it's very, very difficult to leave like a streak-free finish. See, that bit was better. It's still not perfect, but it's better in certain areas. Have you been using the Moser? Yes, very, very frequently. Most jobs I'm using the Moser on. Only fan nozzles, turbo nozzle, imp sprayer, hose reel, exterior cleaning, innuendo bingo. Surely he's going too fast. Well, if you slow down, you end up leaving pools and puddles, which you don't want when you're applying sealer. So I find myself turning the nozzle so that it's more horizontal and stepping backwards and just going like that, just sort of spraying it very randomly until the area is sort of completely misted. But it's just very, very difficult. If it's not coming out in a consistent pattern and you're getting more on the edges, and those edges are the bits that you're going to inevitably cross over again on the second pass. When you're coming down and onto the next pass, it's going to be the edges that are going to get more product. That looks more consistent the way he's doing it there on the second pass. I don't know whether he's doing it closer on the second pass or not, but I've had exactly the same issue and I haven't found a solution yet. But yeah, go and watch that video if you haven't already. I don't want to steal views away from him by playing it to all you guys. The PA1 and PA6 says something about the nozzle consistency, but I can't remember at all. It was 2 years ago. Okay. I mean, it might be that changing the nozzle for like a spherical cone nozzle might be better. I don't know. For $9.99 a month, he gets his hose out. God's sake. Who would you buy your roof scrapers from, Jake? Gutter Vacuum Systems. I know Marshall do some. Why is my internet crap at the moment? So Gutter Vacuum Systems sell the poles, the conversion kits, all the different scraper attachments, the blades. So I've got this double. I've got the double one, which I'm not sure was a good purchase, just because it's probably heavier than the standard, but it just means you can put a brush and a scraper on it. But I found the brush wasn't that effective. It might have been the weather that I was doing it in. It was like quite damp, and so it was just sticking to the brush and wasn't really. If it was bone dry, I can imagine the brush would sort of flick the moss a little bit more effectively, but it was very wet and damp on the days that I was doing the roof scrape. And this is potentially a lot heavier than the other one. I wonder if it says how heavy it is. I don't think it does. But then they've got the standard one here. Roof scraper and 18 blades. Or you can just buy the roof scraper on its own with one blade. They've got a sale on at the moment, look. You can choose which blade you get with it. Oh, you got the scraper holster. That's a good idea. So there's different kits with, like, I think you can get a 10 blade kit, an 18 blade kit, or you can go for the full kit, which comes with 29 blades. Oh, that's out of stock at the moment. But yeah, Marshall do some as well, I think. Marshall Pro. I don't know who else sell them, to be honest. I think my sprayer is a full cone, not the hollow one, and it's okay. The sealer video I did some time ago was the first one with the fan jet, and I had the same issue. Okay. Have you got a video of your newer one with the full cone? Would it dry streaky? Potentially. Potentially. I mean, I think he did 3 coats at 90 degrees to each other, so it would have probably evened out. Why has there been no iced coffees today? There has. I've actually had one. I almost swallowed the straw then. You've got a ceiling job on the 7th. Hopefully the weather works out for you, mate. Like I said, I did that recent ceiling job. It worked really well, to be fair. I mean, I had the same issue as before with that nozzle, but I got good results. I actually didn't take any pictures after it was sealed, I don't think. You can just sort of see it in the background there. This was with the Screwfix No Nonsense water-based sealer. Is this an IKEA glass? I think I might have stole this from a pub years and years ago. Do you think pressure washing PVC is more or less effective than a water-fed pole and a brush? I hate the brush, so I want to convert my pole. Wonder if I get the same or better results. I wouldn't convert it. If you're going to do it, you need both. So, again, I've got a video on this. where me and my brother, for the first time, we used the high pressure pole and the brush. You still need to brush. You can't just use the pressure washer on the gutters, faces and soffits, because you won't get everything off. You still need to brush chemicals in and agitate it and then rinse it off afterwards. There's no shortcut to it, unfortunately. I think you'll get better results, and you could potentially do it quicker if you've got two people, one with a water-fed pole with a brush on the end and the other with the high pressure pole. So this is us. Oh god, another advert. I've literally just, because I restarted the video. So I think on this one, Zach had the high pressure pole and I had the water fed pole with the brush. He did the first pass with the pressure washer. It was a 25-degree fan jet, very low pressure, like probably around about 50 to 75 bar, maybe slightly more, maybe 100 bar, I can't remember. Just washing the outside of the gutters and the fascias, not so much on the soffits because you don't want to blast water up underneath the soffits. So there's Zach going first with the pressure washer to get the majority of the grime off, and then I go over it afterwards with the water fed pole. I was doing the windows on this property as well, brushing the TFR on and then agitating it, and then Zach would go in behind me and rinsing everything off. So to rinse off, you don't want to step too close like you're pressure washing it. You want to step a lot further away and just give it a very light rinse, because the closer you get when you're rinsing, the more dirt you're going to pull out from underneath the gutters and stuff, and underneath all the little brackets and things. You could wash these gutters and fascias all day and you'd still generate new dirt that comes from underneath the roof tiles, underneath the gutters, underneath the brackets and stuff. So when you're rinsing, you've got to step a little bit further back and just give it a light rinse just to get all the chemical off. But we found, I mean, we did this whole house. We did gutters, fascias, soffits and all the windows in about an hour. This job on my own, just with the water-fed pole and the brush, would have probably taken me about 3 hours on my own. But if you've got two of you, you can absolutely smash through it with the pressure washer as well. But again, it's like that high pressure pole is 760 quid. So is it worth the investment just to do this sort of work? Or, you know, if you're going to do roof cleaning as well, then it's a no-brainer. But just to wash gutters, fascias and soffits, I don't think I'd use it for conservatories, because you could potentially cause a lot of leaks on a conservatory. So this looks a little bit suspicious, just using a pressure washer on gutters like this, but you can't really tell from the video, but it is very, very low pressure. And the one thing that you can't do with the brush is effectively get inside all these brackets. And with the pressure washer, it's a split second of just passing over the bracket and you leave the brackets perfectly clean. You've obviously got to hit it from both sides, but with a brush, just to brush and clean one bracket, the motion and the work involved in doing that on both sides to every single bracket is very time consuming, and it's very like strenuous on your body to have to do that. And that was like a low area. Imagine having to do that on the brackets, you know, up the top. It takes a long time. So if you can pressure wash it first and get all the brackets nice and clean and get the majority of the dirt off, that's most of the work in itself. Good info, Jake and Craig. Yeah, you'd need to go gentle on the seals for sure. Matt, you can blow out the seals using pressure. Yeah, on the soffits, definitely. Yeah, the soffits are generally held in with sealer, just like a bead of sealer. So you don't want to be spraying high pressure up into those. Did you use TFR? Yes, I used this one on screen. I know someone who swallowed a straw. He had to go to hospital. Really, genuinely. I mean, I doubt that would be life-threatening because he can still breathe through it. But that's very scary. Ubic 2000 is a good cleaning product. Yeah, I think we looked at Ubic on stream a couple of weeks ago. Matt Darren Asbro does a sprayer. Darren Asbro. Am I being stupid again? I think I'm being stupid again. Is that not what you meant? Oh, DA components. Sprayer for my pole with the backpack. Seems to do a good job of the brackets, etc. with the synergy. You're talking about DA components. Let's have a look. Full cone and fan spray jets. Ooh. Full cone nozzles for soft wash application. Ooh, look at this. "25-degree fan jet or a full cone." How do you know what sort of degree cone it is? Orifice size 6 with a 25-degree spray pattern. That's the fan jet. Full cone, orifice size 2.4 mil with a 50-degree spray pattern. That could be the answer to my sealing woes, couldn't it? Both fan jet and purple nozzle will work with backpack. Full cone. That could be worth just ordering a couple of those and just playing about with them for $5.99. That could definitely be. This could change like this could make sealing more enjoyable. If I can screw one of them onto the end of my sealing lance. Don't you already have a pole? I don't know what you're writing there. Donut. Don't nugget. I don't know what you're saying. Tangentail is the one I've got. What's a tangentail? Oh, tangential. Are you saying tangential? Am I being stupid? Tangential nozzle? Is it on their website? Am I being an idiot again? Oh my god, I can't get off this page. Oh god. Did you almost say a sealing game changer? No, I didn't. No, I stopped myself. It's the spray pattern, not the website. What in the physics? What in the holy physics is going on here? Liam, I didn't know you were a scientist. Is it like that? I have no idea what's going on. I think Tracy means, don't you already have a poll? I have, yeah. Yeah. Do you guys want to see something I've been working on? Because yeah, if I can put one of them nozzles into here, that could be very cool. So when the green particles hit the red particles, the blue particles go whoosh. The stream might die if I pull this up, because I don't know if my computer can handle it. I literally just spent 10 minutes making this the other day. But has anyone done a trolley like this before? Because the reason I wanted to do it like this is the space saving aspect. Everything is confined within the footprint of the trolley. Instead of having with a traditional trolley, you'd have, let me see if I can, why can't I zoom? There we go. With a traditional trolley, you would have I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it like this. Say, for example, you'd have that. And so if you look at the footprint, when you compare these two, because this is confined within its bounds, it doesn't have the handle sticking out like that. The footprint is much, much smaller. And I don't know if this will affect the way that you like push the trolley. I've just realised, have you guys been able to see what I'm actually doing? Because I've only got it on the one side. I don't know if anyone's done it like this before. For like a window cleaning trolley, for example. And I think obviously you'd need something about there. What are we scaling on? X? And then you'd put your barrel on top or whatever and have your pump underneath. But would you still be able to walk with this? Once it's tilted backwards, would the wheels get in the way of your feet when you're walking, do you think? I like the idea of the wheels being on the inside as well, so they're not another thing that's going on the outside of the... You know what I'm saying? It's atomizing the spray pattern. So would that be better for sealing or worse? Have you tried making a donut in that software? No. You've been watching the guy on YouTube, haven't you? Blender Guru. I wonder if I've got any of my projects on here. This was just I was playing with some of the lighting on this. I think my computer's probably going to die in a minute. I made some NFTs. Well, me and my brother did, actually, a while back. Yeah, my computer's on its way out. I wonder where those images are. It'd be better because you get a more even coat. Yeah, that's what I'm after. The trolley that Equip to Clean do is quite compact. Yeah, that's the one that's got the tank on the top, hasn't it? The blue one. The blue and white one. This one. They've got the hose reel on it as well. That what you created is a guillotine for your shins. Do you think you'd need some additional angle support brackets to connect the wheel section to the vertical, and you'd want the axle to distribute the load? Are you sure on something that's so light and I mean, it's not going to need to hold crazy heavy if it's made of like angle brackets like that, or bar, or whatever it's called. Oh, this was also a cool project. I'm sure I could animate this one. I'm sure I played an animation. Oh no, that's not working properly. The lava around the outside of the coin would like move. Oh, my obelisk. Oh no, that's not the one. That's not the one. Made a bunch of chess pieces. This one took ages. Where's all my textures gone? Oh, there they are. They're not very good. But I made all these from scratch. That's using Eevee. That's better lighting in cycles. Runs much smoother in Eevee though. Just not as good. What else have I got? Oh, this was a cool project. We took a height map from the moon's surface. This is crazy. Took a height map from the moon's surface, so from actual data from NASA, and I took a chunk of it and brought it into Blender and added all the modifiers to make it actually sort of pop from the surface. And then I sent it over to my friend Harry, and he actually 3D printed it, and I had a little block of the moon's surface, which just was crazy. You could potentially make a whole moon, like a scale model. Actually, no, you'd only be able to do one side of the moon because the other side's dark and we never see it. So we probably don't know what's on the other side, do we? Or do we? I don't know. Support brackets to distribute the load on the frame a bit better too. Let's have a look what you mean. So I don't think we need support brackets going from wheel to wheel necessarily. I guess we never see in the UK at night because it's dark. What are you talking about? What are you saying? We can't see the other side of the moon because there's always a dark side of the moon that you never get to see. Am I being stupid? The moon spins. It spins with the rotational axis of the Earth. So we only ever see one side. Or am I being stupid? Don't call me a donut. Am I right or is Craig right? How do you snap that? That'll do. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll do. Actually, I don't want to do it like that. Why isn't it not snapping? This is quite annoying. Can I do 45 degrees? Minus 45 degrees? And then can I... Oh, can I scale that? That's not how I want to scale it, I don't think. Yeah, it's going to scale it that way as well. Scale on the y-axis. No. I don't know. Do you mean like an angle bracket here? Oh, is that part of that now? God damn it. Do you mean an angle bracket like that? The Earth is 100% flat. Jake is 100% a flat Earth. It's an L-shaped trolley, not just the... Is an L-shaped trolley not just the answer? It is, if you want to do it the traditional way. But the L-shaped trolley takes up more room. Because you can't just have an L shape. You need... else when you're holding the handles, it'll be too much of an angle when you're pushing it. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is ugly. It's a very ugly trolley. Gardener backpack and a fold down trolley. Yes, there's other ways of doing it, I appreciate. I'm just trying to think of a better way of doing it. There's a reason why we made sack trucks the way they are. It's so you can scoop stuff. Yeah. But we don't need to scoop anything because we're already holding everything we need contained within the trolley. When you pull it back, where is the support for the tank? I haven't got that far yet. Have you tried square wheels, reinventing the wheel? No, you guys don't understand. If I'm picking pots up and stuff, or if I'm picking objects up off the floor, yes, an L-shaped one would be better because you're scooping something. But if you're already... If this is your container here, you don't need anything on the front to scoop. I understand the traditional idea of a sack truck, but that's not what we're aiming for, is it? Put the wheels on the handles to save more space. Oh God, you're annoying me. Evening RB, I know you started with the Equip to Clean kit. Did you use the Kiam trolley? I've been offered a 35 litre for 350 quid, normally 750 quid. The trolley? What do you mean the trolley? 750 quid? Are you talking about this one? Like a window cleaning trolley? An axle will prevent the wheels warping independently, and if that happens, you will struggle to push it with weight. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So you think an axle is still necessary? Why can't I make it smaller? Is that better? Check Discord. The Parker Jet Wash has almost doubled in price the last few months. It has, yeah. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm still waiting for their pumps to come back in stock. Because I'm after a pump. Spare parts. Is it telling me how to find spare parts? Okay. This is what I want. Oh, it's out of stock. It's always out of stock. Check the Discord. What are you sending me? Welcome, Darren. I understand the logic. Case closed. But you still got the bend. You still need that bend on the top. But do you? Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? If you just put a curved bar. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. If you just put it doesn't matter which orientation you hold it, 'cause it's like a set of handlebars instead of two. Yeah. 1-0 to Craig. No, sorry, the 45-litre trolley, 769 quid with the VAT. I'm tempted, but can't remember how you got on with the equipment. Trolley? What do you mean trolley? 45-litre trolley. £769 with the pole. Do you mean this? Jake, you built a human catapult. I don't understand what's so flawed with this design. Am I just overthinking it massively? What do you mean a catapult? Oh, because when you stop, it'll fling you over the top. New viewers, if you've just joined the stream, welcome to the trolley design. This is just something that's been knocking around in my head for a while. At minimum, a crossbar between two wheel sections. The axle will do the same job. Won't this do the same job though? There's a bar at the bottom here. Will that not negate the need for the axle? Remove the handles and it's a wheelbarrow. I don't think you guys understand. I'm trying to make the footprint of the whole thing as small as possible so you can fit it in any van. I'm trying to make the thing tiny. And that could be small, couldn't it? You could make that pretty small. Is this like a little granny's... Is this a granny's shopping trolley? You could put some stop ends on the front of the axle. I don't know what that means. Make it 5-litre. Just by making everything smaller. Just like that. I understand it's a chip pan. I don't know what... This would be as small as it can be, but way longer lasting and one that works. Foldable handles. I've got no experience with this. I'm not a window cleaner, so I'm probably not the person to ask. If you're going to be using this for cleaning windows, I mean, it's a very simple bit of kit. It's a 12 volt pump attached to a tank with a hose reel, and I'm sure what sort of pole is it? Is it a carbon pole or is it a aluminium pole? I don't know what the poles are made from. I don't know whether anyone rates them here. Has anyone used them here before? Water-fed telescopic pole. Aerospace aluminium, so it's an aluminium pole. I think most window cleaners would recommend getting a carbon fibre pole. I know it's going to be not ideal for your budget, probably, if you're just starting out, but you're going to get tired of an aluminium pole very quickly, I'd say. If that is your main job, you're going to be lifting a pole above your head all day doing this. Craig, don't start. You're going to want it to be as light as physically possible, and you're not going to get. I don't know. It depends. You've been offered it for what? How much did you say? You've been offered it for 350 quid. Is that with the pole and stuff, with the brush, with everything? Potentially. What does anyone else think of that deal? I used to be team Equip. The poles are awful from Equip to Clean. Steve's has broke 4 times in 2 weeks. Told it's not a warranty issue. Another one bites the dust. Another customer that was raving about their stuff. I mean, you guys liked their stuff. You were one of the few people that were defending them every time I went off. And now it looks like another valued customer has bitten the dust because of the after sales support. Classic. Weed killer question: what's the best a customer can buy? Don't have a license, etc., so I won't be doing it. I've been pointing people in the direction of, there's one from B&Q, and there's one on Amazon. I've been pointing them to this acetic acid, which is basically just vinegar. They can dilute it like 1 to 3, I think. Well, 2 to 3 parts water. 1 part of the product, 2 to 3 parts water. 30% acetic acid. That will obliterate weeds. And you can get 5 litres of the stuff for 15 quid, delivered to your door with Amazon Prime. Put it through a garden sprayer. Sorted. You'll see results within 24 hours. Unlike some of the others that take weeks to work, apparently. Look at window cleaning warehouse 35 litre trolley. Is it WCW? Pure Freedom? This one? You get a nice lance with it. Sanitizing trolley. Ooh. Does that mean you can use hypo? Use with your preferred chemical or cleaning solution. Ooh. I'd like to get a bit of clarity on what chemicals that's suitable for. Sanitizing suggests you can use bleach. That, dare I say, could be a game changer. No, I'm not going to say game changer. The only issue is I can see a lot of brass. I think there's some brass fittings here that wouldn't be very good for the for bleach. I changed the pump for the DA components chemical one. Yeah. I'm lost. What's the trolley for? To make like a 12 volt backpack on a trolley. 350 quid without the pole or 450 with the pole. I was thinking of going for a better pole. I mean, why is he selling it? Chances are he's probably upgraded. I used to clean windows with a backpack in a van. 100-meter hose reel was a pain, but it worked for a while. Their pressure washers are perfect. That is a stretch, Craig. You know that's a stretch. They've got a bunch of other trolleys as well. Sanitizing trolley sprayer system. I didn't know these existed. And that's it, isn't it? That's it. That's the soft wash trolley right there. Preferred chemical or cleaning solution. Chemical spray nozzle. Chemical spray nozzle. There you go. Notice how most of the trolleys on this site have straight handles. You're off your trolley. It's a backpack, not a trolley pack. Put it on your back. I'm not putting harsh chemicals on my back. No way. I got the water-fed pole trolley kit, not used the sprayer. Okay. The chemical pump from WCW can be used for hypo. It's just expensive. I suppose you get what you pay for though, don't you? Big boy backpacks are a bit cheaper here than I've seen in other places. Trojan trolley. That's what they used to call me in school. I can't believe you guys are criticising my trolley setup so much. There's me thinking I'm onto something. What about when I turn on the lighting? What about with shadows? Is that better? What about if I do some nice angles? No. Game changer. Oh man, I like your trolley idea. It just needs those adjustments to make it fail proof. I mean, with the size of the bar that's being used, I think it'll be very. I don't think it'll be very flexible at all. And then with like the components panel and the control panel, I don't know where you'd put it really. I think it'd probably have to go on the front. You know what I mean? That would add some structure and integrity. Don't bother. Get a gardener backpack. Yeah, I've got one. I'm just looking for something that's like an all-rounder. Add the wheels at the top, lie it down. Add a motor. Oh my god. Turn it into a car. Get a tartan granny trolley and take the bag off. Use them triple wheels to get up the steps. Right, anyway. You're annoying me. I'm going. Don't save. Thanks everyone for watching. Any final words before I go? Or is everyone happy? How long will we be going? 4 hours and 15 minutes. You're going to need to use a lighter weight bar, something like a 20 by 20 bar at the 2mm to keep the weight down, which sacrifices some structure. Just carry the backpack. Don't dream too much about trolleys. It's been on my mind for months, this house. And then I present it, and you guys think it's a terrible idea. Great. Thanks for the support. Right, guys, thanks for watching. I will see you next week, hopefully with a video. It's It's a great idea. Thanks, Matt. Matt's the only one that's like, yeah, cheers. I hope to see a trolley in your next video. No, it won't be that quickly. Although I have found someone that's going to put it together for me. Do you want to see something I've been working on? Famous last words, never again. Non-backpack water-fed pole system. Good stream as always. Thanks, Trolley Master. Look, I've already been. It was in the equipment chat. Was it in here? I've been tinkering. I am going to go in a minute. Look, I've been tinkering. It's all coming together. It all works. I can charge it up. I've got a charging port. I've got my battery status sensor. I've got my on-off switch, my 12-volt battery. It's in motion. There's no stopping me. You guys will not stop me from fulfilling my dream of making the perfect trolley. Right. Bye, everyone. Have a good evening. See you in a bit. Now, these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go. New videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching. Back to the video.